Turn first, Collected Glory. Angles down towards the inside from the backfield, running on Chanel Point. Also, Just Say So. The red side, the final furlong. And Roja Lihera is in front, passes 16 Bolt by 3. Collected Glory is second. Roja Lihera, all she had to do was break today. Roja Lihera, she wins basically in hand the entire way. Won by a length and a half. Collect winner's circle, number 7, Roja Lihera. A 2-year-old made owner by City of Light out of the Union Rags mare named Red Bud. The winner's owned by 3. Pick 4, 978.96. Pick 5, 3,598.74. Dime Super 22.41. $1 try, $84.67. The double $18. Pick 3, 121.25. Exacta $20.78. Presentation in the winner's circle. Race 5 winners of the college. And they are racing rapid start for Anarchist. Also from between horses, jumping well. There goes Rampacious as they hit up the backside from the inside. Redemption Time. Slim Man now advancing from between horses deep on the course. Oro. De Moro up there as well. Go to Luna to that one's outside. Still 4 or 5 back to Gano. And then 3 lengths for the back to Triple Option, who's a length in front of Star Entertainer. And Bourbon Heist at 6 to 5 is last with 15 lengths to raise the quarter. 22 and 2/5 seconds into the turn. 3 furlong from home. Up top, it's Skelly, who's revving up right there to the outside. Here comes Anarchist. 3 lengths for the back. Racing Golden Luna. Slim Man is 4th and behind them. Redemption Time's looking for a way through as they race towards the top of the home stretch. And it is Skelly who'll cut the corner. But Anarchist back on the attack to the outside. These two square off with a furlong to go. On the inside, Skelly. Anarchist is trying to press on past, and Anarchist is upset-minded. He's at least 20 to 1 by the 16th pole, trying to tighten it up on Skelly, who's a tough customer, but Anarchist to start the pick 4 at 23 to 1. Skelly was second. Bourbon Heist, the favorite, was last. He flew up to be third. Late on the scene, Triple Option galloping out well in 109 and 2. And they are racing rapid start for Anarchist. Also from between horses, jumping well. There goes Rampacious as they hit up the backside from the inside. Redemption Time. Slim Man now advancing from between horses deep on the course. Oro. De Moro up there as well. Go to Luna to that one's outside. Still 4 or 5 back to Gano. And then 3 lengths for the back to Triple Option, who's a length in front of Star Entertainer. And Bourbon Heist at 6 to 5 is last with 15 lengths to raise the quarter. 22 and 2/5 seconds into the turn. 3 furlong from home. Up top, up right there to the outside. Here comes Anarchist. 3 lengths for the back. Racing Golden Luna. Slim Man is 4th and behind them. Redemption Time's looking for a way through as they race towards the top of the home stretch. And it is Skelly who'll cut the corner. But Anarchist back on the attack to the outside. These two square off with a furlong to go. On the inside, Skelly. Anarchist is trying to press on past, and Anarchist is upset-minded. He's at least 20 to 1 by the 16th pole, trying to tighten it up on Skelly, who's a tough customer, but Anarchist to start the pick 4 at 23 to 1. Skelly was second. Bourbon Heist, the favorite, was last. He flew up to be third. Late on the scene, Triple Option exacta 262.96, 50-cent try, $527.50. Dime Super $2,223.96. And they are racing rapid beginning for Secrets Galore. Mustang Lady broke just a step slow. Now from between horses, 3 Sport Colt Sparkling Rose is forwardly placed as well. Splitting horses, Flower Dew, Bogey Free up the fence. And then link for the back is Moriarty. Then 3 lengths for the back, it is Perfect Rose who races, and getting out in the turn there is Perfect Rose, and getting out and just got lucky, went across Savior Ortiel's heels, but did stay up. And then 2 lengths for the back to Mustang Lady. Well strung out field here. Quarter was 22 and 3. Match race mode up top. 3 Sport Coats and Sparkling Rose. They're matching strides, and matching strides about 7 lengths in front of Flower Dew, who races third. Up to the outside, Savior Tears 4 to the inside, Bogey Free. Up at a home stretch, a separate race up top, but it's Sparkling Rose who's got the better of 3 Sport Coats with a furlong to go. It is Sparkling Rose, the daughter of violence, opening up with authority by 2, now by 3, and ever widening, but late on the scene. Here comes Mustang Lady, who's running a huge one. Here comes Mustang Lady up and after Sparkling Rose. Sparkling Rose, Mustang Lady up to the outside. Photo finish. Mustang Lady broke a step slow. She ran a huge race, and she was 23 to 1. And they are racing rapid beginning for Secrets Galore. Mustang Lady broke just a step slow. Now from between horses, 3 Sport Colt Sparkling Rose is forwardly placed as well. Splitting horses, Flower Dew, Bogey Free up the fence. And then link for the back is Moriarty. Then 3 lengths for the back, it is Perfect Rose who races, and getting out in the turn there is Perfect Rose, and getting out and just got lucky, went across Savior Ortiel's heels, but did stay up. And then 2 lengths for the back to Mustang Lady. Well strung out field here. Rose, they're matching strides, and matching strides about 7 lengths in front of Flower Dew, who races third. Up to the outside, Savior Tears 4 to the inside, Bogey Free. Up at a home stretch, a separate race up top, but it's Sparkling Rose who's got the better of 3 Sport Coats with a furlong to go. It is Sparkling Rose, the daughter of violence, opening up with authority by 2, now by 3, and ever widening, but late on the scene. Here comes Mustang Lady, who's running a huge one. Here comes Mustang Lady up and after Sparkling Rose, Mustang Lady up to the outside. Photo finish. Mustang Lady broke a step. But first at the wire, and she's coming into the winner's circle as Dan Barrett and Troy Newton's phone starts to blow up. Number 1, Mustang Lady, a 2-year-old dark bay brown daughter by Tonalyn. Once again, the College Day giveaway still going on as Cody Photo down there taking those wonderful photos. And all the photos here at Ellis Park doing a wonderful job as always. And they are racing. Off we go. Bounced out well. Also quickened his stride. There goes Shell Shock. And from between horses, it is Wings of an Angel. Out to set the pace. Wings of an Angel, 3 parts of a length to Shell Shock, who is second. 2.5 lengths for the back. Tracking from third is Off We Go. Then a length for the back to Stellar Grace. Cancel This. Right alongside in fifth, about 6 off the pace. Then a length for the back to Avenida Manana. And Fabricate is at the back of the pack into the far turn. The quarter 22 and 1. From the inside, it's Wings of an Angel. Pressed intently by Off We Go. Shell Shock is third as they race around the turn. Then Stellar Grace up the inside is Fabricate as they have just outside a quarter mile to go. And up top, now overtaking the lead is Off We Go. Wings of an Angel is still there. Shell Shock's third. Now Cancel This to the outside, moves a closer forward. Top of the home stretch, it's outside the furlong grounds. And Wings of an Angel battling back to the inside of Off We Go. Shell Shock is running a big one. Also Cancel This continuing to gain ground to the outside. Off We Go. Here comes Cancel This up to the outside. Off We Go. Cancel This. Off We Go. Hangs on 3 parts of a length. Cancel This, I think, got the better of Bob's in the photo for second over over Shell Shock. Then it was Wings of an Angel in fourth, running time 1:10 and 1. And they are racing. Off we go. Bounced out well. Also quick into stride. There goes Shell Shock. And from between horses, it is Wings of an Angel. Out to set the pace. Wings of an Angel. 3 parts of a length to Shell Shock, who is second. 2.5 lengths for the back. Tracking from third is Off We Go. Then a length for the back to Stellar Grace. Cancel This. Right alongside in fifth, about 6 off the pace. Then a length for the back to Avenida and Manana. And Fabricate is at the back of the pack into the far turn. The quarter 22 and 1. From the inside, it's Wings of an Angel. Quarter mile to go. And up top, now overtaking the lead is Off We Go. Wings of an Angel is still there. Shell Shock's third. Now Cancel This to the outside. Moves a closer forward. Top of the home stretch. It's outside the furlong grounds. And Wings of an Angel battling back to the inside of Off We Go. Shell Shock is running a big one. Also Cancel This continuing to gain ground to the outside. Off We Go. Here comes Cancel This up to the outside. Off We Go. Cancel This. Off We Go. Hangs on 3 parts of a length. Cancel This, I think, got the better of Bob's in the photo for second over Shell. Time 1:10 and 1. Ladies and gentlemen, those playing along in the pick 4s and pick 5s, please check your tickets carefully. The pick 5 will not be hit. Again, the will pay show on the pick 5 order by Air Force Blue out of the Not Bourbon mare named Conquest Straight Up. The winner's owned by Steve Lewis and Southwest Racing Stable. 1174, 592, 386 on the winner. Dime Super $71.53. The $1 try 303.54. Exact to 44.72. The double $144.77. Pick 3 $2,072.69. Close out the show or at the post. And race 9 sponsored by Run Happy Off and Running. Cotton Candy Annie was quick into stride. Also, right alongside South Lawn Flashing Speed. Blame It on Paris is a close-up third. These 3 right across the course, a length and a half in front of Old Pollyanna and Diamond District on the stretch out is last. We'll have to run by them all. That's the 5 of them as they straighten up for the backstretch journey just outside 6 furlongs to go. And there's single file up the backside. Cotton Candy, Andy, and South Lawn are the first 2. Blame It on Paris is third, 2 in front of Old Pollyanna, who's fourth now about 5 off the pace. And Diamond District within striking range with 5 furlongs to go is last. 24 and 1 the time for the quarter. They continue to run up the backside. 4.5 furlongs now to go. And it is still Cotton Candy Annie at 9 to 5. Goes by the half-mile pole in front by a length after a half-mile 48 and 3. South Lawn is right up to her flank now. Starts to being squeezed upon by Joe Talamo. And then 3 further back to Blame It on Paris, who's underway. Old Pollyanna is fourth, still 2. Back to Diamond District, who's closing in up the fence as they continue to race around the turn. 5/16 to go. It is Cotton Candy Annie to the inside. South Lawn to the outside. These 2 are in almost even terms by the quarter pole. They've quickened 4 lengths better than Blame It on Paris. Diamond District up the inside, top of the home stretch to the outside. South Lawn sweeping up and after the lead. Cotton Candy Annie. She's still fighting on to the inside. 4 lengths for the back to Blame It on Paris and Pollyanna, but with 1/16 left to go. Put a ring around her. South Lawn, tons the best. South Lawn drawn away. She's win under wraps, and she won it by about 4 in the end. Cotton Candy Annie was second. Old Pollyanna and Blame It on Paris photoed for the Shoto. Running time for the winner, 1:38 and 1. South Lawn, 8 to 5 favorite, obliges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome into Ellis Park as we take a look at the weather here in Hendo. Temperature right now 80 degrees, cloudy skies here. We do have a chance for some thunderstorms throughout the card, and a little ominous looking skies right now, and has been the same for much of the week leading up to this card, as we do have races taken from the turf to the dirt today. Again, we are off the turf today, and the main track currently listed as muddy. Great card here at the track today. We do have 8 races on the card, and of course, as always, Megan Devine will be taking you through the card down in the paddock looking at the horses. I'll be your eye in the sky here for this afternoon as we kick off a wonderful week of racing here at Ellis Park. Again, 8 races on this card. We do have a wonderful race week scheduled for you here at Ellis Park this week. Now, coming up in race number 1, want to remind you with this 8-race card, we will start the early pick 4 in race number 1. Couple of scratches in the first. Numbers 2, 3, and 6 are out. Numbers 2, 3, 6 are out. It does start your early pick 4. A couple of horses in here. I do like Maple Line. I was kind of hoping the race would stay on the turf for Maple Line, but has been taken off the turf and will be 5.5 on the main. Now, this one's taken a class drop a couple of times. Has tried the dirt and, did fare okay at Indiana. Gets much tougher and should be forwardly placed with Colby. Another horse in here to the outside, number 10, Open Sesame. 9-2 morning line was 7-1 last time I looked, now down to 9-2, but this one taking a big drop in class for the Brian Williamson barn. And then I'll close out my top 3 with number 4, Miss Maribel, daughter of Karen Conti, racing for John Ennis and Gerardo Corrales. As you'll see on the screen, my top 3 are 9, 10, and 4. And Megan's going to use the 4, 9, and 7 in addition to the 4 and 9 that I spoke of, the 7 Fox Creek Lady. Now, this is one that went off a huge price last time, and she really did fight on at nearly 50-1 and just got ran down late by Queen Akati for Don Martin and Gage Holmes that day. But that one was making the first start off the layoff, going the 5.5 furlongs. Now has a couple of weeks to rest and come back with the race under the belt. I can see why Megan did use that one there. 10-1, currently 4-1 on the board on that. And Jean has the 4, 7, and 9 as well. On to race number 2, as I'll take you through this card. Subbing in for Megan, who's here and waiting to talk to you, but I'll have to do for now as we're undergoing some technical issues down near the set with some of the audio. But we hope to have her back and get her smiling face and her expert picks here and her reasonings on the show here as we progress through this 8-race card. Now, race number 2, this race is a mile. A couple of scratches you'll see on your screen there. The 1A, 3, and 7 are all out in here. And I think the race is wide open after that. It's a non-2-beaten claimer for the $16,000 level. And I end up going with number 6, Go Conspirator, as my top pick. Now, this one comes in from Fairmount Park for Ralph Martinez, and Raylu gets the call here. Raylu riding very well. He's near the top of the jockey standings. And I like this one dropping in class. Now, people a lot of times will throw these Fairmount horses out, but I never do. I, in fact, add most every time they come here because that track is it's a very, very heavy surface, a very deep surface. So much like you'll see horses coming out of Tampa near April and May into Keeneland or into other tracks throughout the country, they run very well the first couple of starts when they leave Tampa because that's a very sandy, heavy surface, as is Fairmount. Those horses are very legged up, and when they go elsewhere, they seem to skip across the track, and I'm going to use this horse, Go Conspirator, for those reasons. Stretching out back to the mile, I think that will help this horse's chances. Well drawn to the outside, and should show speed from the outset. That is my top pick. I'll use number 4 at 10-1 on the morning line as my second choice in the 5 Horse Daddy, who was a runaway winner breaking the maiden here last start. I'm going to go 6, 4, 5. It looks like Megan and Jean both agree here with their top 3 picks. They'll use the 1, 6, and 5. Now, the 1 did have a entry in there, but the 1 is scratched, so Arrow Strike will be the lone horse left in there, son of Cupid, who was a winner last start at Churchill, breaking the maiden for the $20,000 level. Race number 2, that's a mile on the main, starts a pick 3. Now the third race starts another pick 3 on this 8-race card, and there are 2 scratches. The 1 Bioka and the 4 Get Through. Those 2 are scratched, has been taken off the turf, and will be tested a 1/8 mile on a track listed currently as muddy. If the rain does hold off, it's pretty windy, and the track's drying out very quick, so we may see an upgrade should the rain hold off here for later on through the card with this dirt surface. Now, number 7, Scotch No Rocks, is my top pick from the barn of Chris Hartman. This one steps up, was in for the $30,000 levels last time and comes back into the race where the horse was trying to get the turf last time, and the horse stretching out for the first time going a mile in the race, taking off the turf, showed all the pace and just got round down late by Treaty, but did fight on, showed some good grit and determination, and gets a little extra distance today, and I think that will help this horse. In fact, though he got run down, he was doggedly pressed for much of the race last start, and I think with this extra bit of ground, there's really nobody in here that has the speed that can go with him. In fact, after, Scotch No Rocks, it's probably Sailor's Return, who's on the drop-in class, as my second choice, and the 5 and 6 in here, neither one of them have gotten very close, so those are a couple of horses that, I may take some action, but I'm going to use the 6th Thatch in my 3rd spot, but I think Scotch No Rocks is probably a standout for me here. As you'll see, all 3 of the handicappers here, Megan, myself, and Gene, have put the 7 Scotch No Rocks on top, and both of us are using the 3 and 6 in one way or another underneath that one. Now that takes us to the 4th race, where we will have our first carryover of the meet in the pick 5, a pick 5 at carryover. The race 4 is the starting leg. There's a carryover of better than $13,800. In fact, I think the figure is $13,816. Now, that is a 50-cent base bet. Starts in race 4 on the final 5 races on the card. Race 4 sponsored by Run Happy. And in that race, number 1, Ada Linda is the 3-1 favorite, as I'm going to bring in and welcome in Megan Devine, who is now on set here to help us go through the back half of this program, including, Megan, the starting leg of this pick 5.
Yeah, Jimmy, thanks so much. Happy to join you here on the show. Sorry for the technical difficulties earlier, but you were doing a great job. You don't even need me. It's totally fine. I'm excited to talk about this pick 5 today. We've got our first carryover, and I think both you and I and Gene have also put together those tickets. You started to mention your top selections in this race here, Jimmy. Another edition of just the tough Run Happy maiden special weight races that we have here at Ellis Park. I mean, the fields that we've been able to get have been absolutely fantastic. So I'll let you jump in, of course, with your selections, but the 8 for me went on top for Steve Asmussen. Really slow works, but I think the gate works are what's indicative of this horse's promise early on. The 5, the 2, and then I thought about the 4, but couldn't fit it in my pick 5 for that first leg. Jimmy, I know you used a lot of horses in here. What was your thought when constructing this ticket?
My thought in this race was try to use as many horses as I can, because it's just a loaded race. Like you said, another talented field sponsored by Run Happy, and I'm going to use 5 horses in here. I'm going to use the 1, 2, 4, 5, and 8. And, our budget generally is, around $40 or under on a normal day. This one has a little bit of a carryover, so I tried to keep it just there. But it should be a sizable carryover. Maybe we will spread out. I went short in the middle, but this is like, I wanted to use most of my budget. In fact, I used the 1, 2, 4, 5, 8 in here, and I can make a case for any of them. I do like the 4 Twice as Sweet that you mentioned. Now, this one is the first foal of the race for the Dam, and who was a grade 3 winner, I believe, at going around the ground, made over $373,000, and I do like the sire Candy Ride, obviously, undefeated, and of course a multiple grade 1 winner was that one, and then after that the 2 Aunt Shirley. This is a firster, and how about the offspring of Justify? Mm-hmm. Absolutely crushing. I think there's been 11 foals to race so far, 6 winners, including the grade 3 2-year-old up in Saratoga. That one of the Justify's offspring won. So just a really hot sire here starting out.
Yeah, certainly so. That's a leading sire race, I should say, for that freshman sire group is really heating up between him, Boltioro, Justify. We've seen a lot of nice ones here, and we see that with our 2-year-old program, especially at Ellis Park. So I agree with you there, Jimmy. We move along to race number 5, and that'll be a claiming event. Again, races taken off the turf, as Jimmy had alluded to. But Jim, both you and I tried to get real smart in here and single for the second leg of the pick 5 ticket. This also starts at, excuse me, 50-cent late pick 4. The one horse was where both you and I went. Jimmy, tell me what we thought.
I was hoping when you said that we got smart that we were smart together. So,
Yeah.
yeah, number 1, Duchess. I just, the race is decimated with scratches coming off the turf, and I like this horse on the turf, but I love the horse now that the race has been taken off the turf. Mile in the Main, you'll see the last start at Hawthorne. The horse won a first-level allowance race, and, that was the only start on an off-surface. We do have an off-surface today, and I just think the horse stands out. You go after this horse, and it's a bunch of claimers in here, and I just think this horse is much the best jamming in for this $7,500 tag. I think it's free space and move on.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And especially, just looking at the running lines for this horse, I mean, he is typically one that kind of found himself on the front end, likes to stalk the pace. But last time over that sloppy racetrack, so, imagine, I think, a lot of kickback, which I tend to think that turf horses don't love. He was still able to close over that particular pace on the slop, run out of his running style. So that kind of versatility, I think, gives me a little bit more confidence, Jimmy. So when you're looking for a single, that's definitely something that I look for.
Yeah, exactly. The horse taken out of his normal element, like you said, and took all that. And going back and watching that replay, the horse had a really long run where it was able to sustain a rally from, far back off that, like you said. And I just think the horse stands out. Any numbers you use, I don't care if you use Trainer Data Rags, Briz, whatever, this horse is a standout.
So hopefully we'll get us through there with the first leg of that pick 4. We move along to race number 6, another maiden special weight for the 2-year-olds. 1 mile the distance here at Ellis Park over that main track. Jimmy, I went deep in this leg for my pick 5. This is where I thought I really couldn't, I could just make a case for any horse in here. So I went 8, 5, 1, 6, and 7, which is basically the entire field. So shorten it up for me.
It's a really tough field. Number 1, Judo, Son of Street Sense, drawn the inside. Down the dam has thrown 3 foals to race. All 3 of those winners, Brad Cox, Talamo, and Gary and Mary West, having a really good start at the meeting. They've won here with, I think, 3 different trainers at the meeting. And I like the good series of progressions of workouts. I like the horses working out right here at Ellis. Shows an affinity for the track, including that most recent drill, that Bullet. Then the 7, Rungias, I'm probably going to have to look that name up, make sure I'm saying it right. But this one's out of a, really good family. And the mom made a lot of money. She was a stakes winner. I think she won the Sunshine Millions, maybe. And another horse I found interesting, the 6, Tis the Coast, from the barn of Johnny Ortiz. Mm-hmm. Now, this one is a half to a 3-time graded stake winner in Sweet Melania. Made over $576,000. Now, that one was a turf router, but the mare has thrown another one that showed some really good talent early, including this year, In Due Time, who was second and third in some grade 3 stakes, including in behind Tawny Port and the Lexington. So I do like a couple of horses here. I don't know how short we can go, but those are 3 that I'm going to make sure I have on my ticket.
Absolutely, yeah. You mentioned the bloodlines here, and it's just we see that time and time again at Ellis Park. A lot of very, very well-bred horses here in the Kentucky circuit. So looking forward to that one. We jump to race number 7, allowance event for $61,000 on winners of 2 other than 1 mile the distance. The race taken off the turf will be run on that main track. I had the 16 as a horse. I was really excited to see if this one drew in, which in fact it did. So 16 going to go on top for me. 6 and 9 will round out my top 3. Jimmy, what'd you think?
Yeah, I like those 3 horses. Maybe the only one I would use, and it's certainly one that you have to question, but it's number 4, Fenwick. Now, this horse, they thought a lot of the horse, early on, including you see those last couple of starts in the Bluegrass and then subsequently in the Preakness. Now, those 2 races aren't much at all, but, the horse broke his maiden in style. They thought enough to take a chance in those races. Get in a little bit of class relief here back into a lifetime condition race. I wanted to have the horse on my ticket, and at 10-1, Brian Lynch and Franco have been teaming up, especially the last week or 2 here. They're starting to come around and really get hot, and I just thought a horse that's faced the likes of those, they had to really think the horse is all right, and maybe this is just a confidence builder.
There's always that horse that you keep looking at in the program. You don't pick, you do pick, you've taken on and off your tickets. That was Fenwick for me, so I'll certainly have to add it into that pick 4 ticket. Final race of the day is race number 8, maiden special weight, again sponsored by our friends at Run Happy. 1 mile the distance, got a lot of those here today. 1, 8, 4, and 5 was how I saw it. Jimmy, how'd you end that ticket of yours?
Yeah, I really like the one that you just spoke of. I like the 2-for-1 angle, and I spoke with Gary and Mary West early. Johnny Ortiz, we touched on him several times at the meeting, and he has Raylu up top. This one split the field at Oaklawn in a really good race, despite losing basically all chance at the start, and also you get the Brad Cox piece, who took some action on debut at Churchill Downs, stretching out. I think the distance is going to help this horse, and then I do like the 5 in here a little bit, but I'm not a fan of the rider, so I'm going to use that horse third. And number 10, Stand for Freedom. A couple of starts under the belt. We'll get some pace to chase, and Brian's up top for Ian. Those are how I'll end it. I'll probably go short in the pick 5 and just use the 1 and 10.
Lots of opportunities to play along today, race by race. Of course, we've got the early pick 4. We also have the late pick 5 with that carryover, the late pick 4 as well. Jimmy, I know I'm excited about the card today, a very competitive event. I'll throw it to you for the rest of the program before we start the races at 12:50.
All right, Megan, thanks. Good luck. And also, ladies and gentlemen, for you, I ask that you please rise. Kindly remove your caps as we honor America with the playing of our nation's anthem. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome once again into good old Ellis Park Racing and Gaming for a wonderful 8-Race Friday program as we kick off this week of race action here with a first post of 12:50 and 17 minutes. 81 degrees here in Hendo, mostly cloudy skies, wind north out of the north at 6 miles per hour. And we do have some chances of thunderstorms and showers throughout the afternoon, with a little bit of not so friendly skies right now. So the skies could open up, and if it does, we'll try to maybe change our handicapping here throughout the afternoon. Now, at this time, speaking of handicapping, if you could take out your racing programs, I will give you today's late program changes. Now, we are off the turf. The racing has been all taken off the turf today. Moved to the main track. The main track at this time currently listed as muddy. Race number 1, off the turf, 5.5, Muddy Main. Starts the early pick 4 in the first race. Scratch number 2, Ken Keed. Scratch the 3, Vimont. Scratch the 6, Long Live Rock and Roll. First race, 2, 3, 6, all out of the opener. Race number 2 will cancel the superfecta wager, as there has been a couple of scratches in here. The 1A 90s Country has been scratched. Scratch number 3, Mr. Creed. And scratch the 7, Verklempt. The 1A 3-7 scratch that will cancel the superfecta wager. Race number 3 has been taken off the turf, a mile and 1/8 on the muddy main surface. Again, off the turf. Race 3 moved to the dirt. 2 changes. Scratch number 1, Bioka. Also scratch number 4, Get Through. The 1 and 4 both are scratched from the third. Race number 4, sponsored by Run Happy, is where we will start the 50-cent pick 5. First carryover of the meeting in the pick 5. Carryover $13,816 in the pick 5. Race number 4, there are no changes. The fifth race has been taken off the turf. It does start the 50-cent late pick 4, move to a mile out of the chute on the main. Several changes. Here we go. Number 1A, Hannity, has been scratched. Scratch 3, Lord Revelstoke. Scratch 4, Plutonian. Scratch 7, Messiah. Scratch 8, Estillo Veronil. Scratch 9, Draft Capital. Scratch 11, Unidentified Man. 1A, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 11, all scratched. That will cancel the superfecta as well in the fifth. In the sixth race, beware that number 2, In Spite of Trainer, should be listed as a gelding. Sixth race, number 2, In Spite of Trainer, is a gelding. Race number 7, taken off the turf a mile out of the chute on the main. Scratch 1, 2, 5, 8, 13, 15. Once again, scratch number 1, Winter Wood. Scratch 2, Watch the Music. Scratch 5, Verstappen. Scratch 8, Atross. There's a jockey change for the 11, Dominican Pioneer. Make the rider Martin Garcia. Scratch 13, Circle Back Jack. 14 is in. The 15 is out. Number 15, Wake Surf, scratched. And the 16 is in. St. Andrews will play. That takes us to the 8th and final race. The 8th and final, sponsored by Run Happy. Number 3, Autopolis, will debut as a gelding. Autopolis is a gelding on debut. The 6, Bright Spark, has been treated with Lasix. Again, number 6, Bright Spark, has been treated with Lasix. Will run on Lasix this afternoon. Now, number 8, Edge of Glory, is a first-time gelding. Number 8, Edge of Glory, is racing for the first time since going under the knife and being gelded. Well, ladies and gentlemen, those are the changes at this time. Any additional changes come in throughout the balance of this 8-race program, I'll get those to you as they do so. Race 1, 11 minutes, and I'll send it down to the paddock to Megan Devine.
Race number one, just a few moments away here at Ellis Park as we kick off the Friday program. We start with a 5.5-furlong race taken off the turf. Again, the conditions today, we are off the turf and on the main track, which last time I checked was listed as muddy there, but a great program here today, and in fact, a really competitive card. This race starts off an early pick 4 for you. We will have a late pick 5 with a carryover of over $13,000 and also a late pick 4 for you as well. Lots to watch and wager on here today in Henderson, Kentucky. We kick off the day with the maiden claiming event for $16,000. This one for the fillies and mares, 3 years old and up. Top picks for me, I went with the 4, 9, and 7. Not too affected with the scratches in here. There were some, but I went with the 4, Ms. Marybelle on top for John Ennis and Gerardo Corrales. He gets aboard this one for the very first time. Like the fact that at least this filly was able to perform in a race last time where it was taken off of the turf at Belterra Park. Finished a nice second that day, granted very heavily favored at 40 cents on the dollar, and the comment line says all out for place, so hopefully she has a little bit left here. She does come into this race fresh. She has not raced since that, she has not worked since that last event. So I think she's got some energy. She looks good in the paddock. She's certainly on her toes as she just passes by me right now, kind of looking around. She's alert. She's never raced here at Ellis Park before, taken in her surroundings, but physically I think she fits this kind of a race. She's a nice looking filly. She's got a good hind quarter to her. She looks like she's got a big motor to push off, and I love that in some of these sprint races. Now the 9 horse is My Zip Zip, this one for Eric Foster. Ran well fresh last time here at Ellis Park over the fast track. They were obviously going to try the turf here today to try something different, but in fact, she had some trouble last time. She was bumped. She was wide there. She was coming off a layoff as well. So I think second start off the bench for her is going to be really important in being fit and ready to go. And I certainly think that she's a horse that can make a big improvement. She's going to get the services of Raylu Gutierrez once again, who's in our top jockeys here at Ellis Park, at least going into this week. And the final horse for me that I will use is the 7, and that one is Fox for Donald Campbell. I thought this horse, same thing, ran pretty well last time, finished second by just a little bit over a length. That was after nearly a year layoff, so to come back fresh against that group, I thought was good. Has had to work going into that race. Hasn't worked since then, obviously, because that was just July 22nd, so wasn't too long ago. She obviously is a filly that seems to be fit and ready to go, and one that I certainly think looks like she might appreciate the consistency. She does get the services of Chris Amy, who got along well with her last time. So not much has changed for her. And I thought if you wanted a third horse to use for 3, that could be it. But definitely gave the attention to the 4 and the 9 horse, my top selections. Again, race number 1 does start off that early pick 5, 50 cents for the minimum. For that wager, you can of course play it for more, but I'm going to go with the 4 horse on top here in race 1. Good luck.
Maiden fillies and mares stepping trackside for race number 1 from Ellis Park. First of 8 this afternoon. Maiden 16 claimers, 5.5 on the main. The race taken off the turf, 5.5 on a muddy main. Scratch 2, 3, 6. Scratch 2, Kincaid. Scratch 3, Vimont. And scratch 6, Long Live Rock and Roll. 2, 3, 6 are out. Race 1, win place, show, exacta try, super, David double, pick 3, and starts the early pick 4 in 4 minutes. And the maiden fillies and mares have reached the starting gate. It's post time. First race of the week here at the Pea Patch. Loading in off the turf. We are on a made muddy surface. Emoji Princess coming up for Jada. Maple Line on the drop-in class. Stays in as the race has came off the turf to the outside. Open Sesame will complete the line. They are at the post. And they are racing. Good start from between horses for Miss Maribel up the inside, our Once Upon a Time, and also Fox Creek Lady, a 3-wide third. Now, Miss Maribel, she's taken off the pace from fourth to the outside. Emoji Princess is third last. Open Sesame is second last. And My Zip Zip is at the back of the pack into the far turn. It is our Once Upon a Time shows the way from between horses. Miss Maribel now splitting horses up into second. Maple Line third. Fox Creek Lady parked wide from fourth. Now on the move. Open Sesame is raced up into fifth with 5 lengths to gain the quarter. 22 and 2. 1 quarter to go for our Once Upon a Time, and the Bug Girl shows the way 2.5 lengths. Now Open Sesame is going to try to squeeze through underneath Miss Maribel to the top of the home stretch. Our Once Upon a Time is under a drive. Open Sesame up the fence, up into second, just outside the 16th pole. Our Once Upon a Time up the inside. Open Sesame continuing to gain. Our Once Upon a Time is no longer a maiden. Our Once Upon a Time will win it by about 1.5 lengths in the end. Open Sesame rallied from second last to be second and a mile back to third, where a photo for third between Miss Maribel and My Zip Zip. 104 and 1. Our Once Upon a Time is a winner. The end. Judges posting top 4 finishers. Winner number 1, our Once Upon a Time. Second, number 10, Open Sesame. Third, number 4, Miss Maribel. And finishing fourth, number 9, My Zip Zip. 1-10-4-9. Well, if you paid attention to the workouts here, you'll be rewarded with a 12-1 winner. As this filly been working out very well here at Ellis Park on the drop-in class. She gets it done coast to coast. Number 1, here she is, our Once Upon a Time. A 4-year-old dark bear brown daughter of Magician out of the Grand Slam mare named Lady Supreme. The winner is owned by Julie Warpool, trained by Shane Warpool, and apprentice Gage Holmes with that perfectly proportioned ride. Our Once Upon a Time breaks the maiden in 104.28 seconds, coast to coast, to take the opener down at 12-1. And race 1 official. Warpool family gets him here at a 12-1 winner, 26.70, 11.70, $5.14 for the show money. Exacta 83.55, 50-cent try, $130.58. Dime Super, $102.24. Race number 2 is up next in 22 minutes. Race 2 starts at pick 3. We'll cancel the Superfecta as there are 3 scratches, the 1A 90s Country, the 3 Mr. Creed, and the 7 Verklempt. 1A, 3-7 out. Race 2, Mile in the Main, up next. And they are racing. Good start from between horses for Miss Maribel up the inside, our Once Upon a Time, and also Fox Creek Lady, a 3-wide third. Now, Miss Maribel, she's taken off the pace from fourth to the outside. Emoji Princess is third last. Open Sesame is second last. And My Zip Zip is at the back of the pack into the far turn. It is our Once Upon a Time shows the way from between horses. Miss Maribel now splitting horses up into second. Maple Line third. Fox Creek Lady parked wide from fourth. Now on the move. Open Sesame is raced up into fifth with 5 lengths to gain the quarter. 22 and 2. 1 quarter to go for our Once Upon a Time, and the Bug Girl shows the way, 2.5 lengths. Now Open Sesame is going to try to squeeze through underneath Miss Maribel to the top of the home stretch. Our Once Upon a Time is under a drive. Open Sesame up the fence, up into second, just outside the 16th pole. Our Once Upon a Time up the inside. Open Sesame continuing to gain. Our Once Upon a Time is no longer a maiden. Our Once Upon a Time will win it by about 1.5 lengths in the end. Open Sesame rallied from second last to be second and a mile back to third, where a photo for third between Miss Maribel and My Zip Zip. 104-1. Our Once Upon a Time is a winner. The end. And they are racing. Good start from between horses for Miss Maribel up the inside, our Once Upon a Time, and also Fox Creek Lady, a 3-wide third. Now, Miss Maribel, she's taken off the pace from fourth to the outside. Emoji Princess is third last. Open Sesame is second last. And My Zip Zip is at the back of the pack into the far turn. It is our Once Upon a Time shows the way from between horses. Miss Maribel now splitting horses up. And Sesame is raced up into fifth with 5 lengths to gain the quarter. 22 and 2. 1 quarter to go for our Once Upon a Time, and the Bug Girl shows the way, 2.5 lengths. Now Open Sesame is going to try to squeeze through underneath Miss Maribel to the top of the home stretch. Our Once Upon a Time is under a drive. Open Sesame up the fence, up into second, just outside the 16th pole. Our Once Upon a Time up the inside. Open Sesame continuing to gain. Our Once Upon a Time is no longer a maiden. Our Once Upon a Time will win it by about 1.5 lengths in the end. Open.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat Day, retired Hall of Fame jockey and winner of 9 Triple Crown races throughout my career. Of the thousands of horses that I rode, 1989 Belmont winner Easy Goer will always stand out as my all-time favorite. So when I traded in my saddle for a golf cart, the choice was simple. A brand new Easy Go from my friends here at ACO Golf Carts. The folks at ACO will set you up with the exact cart you need, whether it be new or used, gas or electric. So when you're looking for a fantastic deal on a cart that runs like a finely tuned thoroughbred, make sure to stop by ACO Golf Carts on Morgan Avenue in Evansville, Indiana.
Race number 2 here at Ellis Park, just 10 minutes away as the horses have made their way into the paddock and starting to get prepared for the second event of the day. 1 mile the distance on that main track here in Henderson, Kentucky, as it looks like the drizzle has stopped and sun is shining, at least for right now. So hopefully that helps to dry out that track a little bit more and we can continue on with sunshine and ponies for the rest of the day. But this race does start the 50-cent pick 3. You can, of course, get involved with that. There were a couple of scratches in here. So do note that the 3 is out, as well as the 7 and the 1A. The other part of the entry, the 1, excuse me, does remain in. And in fact, is my top selection, Arrow Strike, for Fausto Gutierrez and Rafael Bejarano. This horse comes off of a win last time out by a neck. That was at Churchill Downs over the 1-turn mile there. A horse who clearly likes this distance. You can see from his past performances, they've tried him at a mile to 16th a few times. He was claimed off of Vicky Oliver, now trained by Fausto Gutierrez, who wins at 30% first off the claim. So a really savvy barn that reaches in and claims competitive horses time and time again. It certainly seems like this is a good spot for this gelding as far as his next step up for the level. He comes into the claiming non-2 for 16,000, and I think he just fits here as far as the condition book is concerned. And as far as his racing style last time as well, he finally put the pieces together, setting off the pace. Interested to see here today, as he does draw the rail, if he's able to have a little bit more of an aggressive ride. He's been one that I think his worst enemy is just kind of running out of racing room, and he has been in some tougher spots as well in his career. So I'm going to take Arrow Strike on top. I will say that the paddock pick for me was definitely the 5 Horse Daddy. This one for Michael Ewing, claimed last time off of Steve Asmussen, now running for Michael Ewing. This horse just won so easily here at Ellis Park over the 1 mile distance. It is almost a 1 turn, a little bit more than that here at Ellis. But the comment line says, drew away, geared down, and that's absolutely the case. He was just a fabulous runner that day. And coming into the paddock today, he was extremely professional, very well turned out. He's got a great disposition to him. Didn't look like he had turned a hair, and it didn't look like he had lost any condition after that last race. And I wouldn't expect him to do so because he did win so easily against those $10,000 claimers. But yeah, he's definitely a horse that impressed last time. Michael Ewing, an excellent trainer who I think places her horses really well. You get Renee Diaz back aboard, who rode this horse last time, but it's just an absolute standout in here. That race was July 23rd, so he's coming back in a decent amount of time. The 3-year-old son of Keen Ice certainly makes a nice appearance here in the paddock, so top selection probably going to have to be the 5, moving that one up just based off the physical. Now, the 6 horse is Co-Conspirator. This one for Ralph Martinez. It's a horse ridden by Rayla Gutierrez here today. A fit type. Kind of a taller horse, but he's got a short back to him. He's certainly seems to be athletic. I'm not surprised to see that they've tried him over a route of ground, both on the dirt and on the turf throughout his career, because it looks like he's well suited for that. They did try him last time at the 6 furlong distance, and I think that last effort finished 4th, beaten by 9 lengths. I think it was a matter of it just not being enough ground for him to run on. I much prefer his races where he has a little bit more distance. He's able to sit off the pace. The fractions are maybe a little softer for him to continue to run at. So I like what I see here in the paddock. Like I said, he's also another very good-looking type. Very well turned out by the barn, who wins at 28% on the year, although hasn't run many horses here at Ellis Park. Certainly still think this horse is a contender in here. Few others that I'll mention that made some in the paddock, including the 4-horse Froome for D. Polos, Francisco Arieta aboard. I had written before I even looked down at the past performances that this horse was had kind of a turfy look to him, and he almost has a little bit of a turfy foot as well, kind of a dished look to him. And I'm not surprised to see that for the most part they have run this horse on the turf. They have run him on the synthetic. And I would say that conformationally he really fits that. He's also sired by No Nay Never out of an Irish dam, so I think he's well bred for it. Obviously they're making the switch to the dirt course here today. And that's a surface that this horse has run over before, is 0 for 2, but has a 3rd place finish to his name. He certainly looks athletic here in the paddock, but just as far as the type of race that we're working with, a mile race, I would say that physically I prefer the 5 horse and even the 1 as well, as they walked by me here in the paddock. The two horses, Smoky Lee, this one for Kevin Fletcher, I thought was fit enough second start off the layoff. That's always something you want to take a look at, especially if they weren't really able to do much on that race back first off the bench. His horse took a little bit of a vacation from beginning of April to the end of July. Finished 6th, beaten by 7 lengths that day at Mountaineer on the turf course. But like I said, second start off the layoff today, I certainly thought he looked fit enough. He's the son of Brody's Cause. Not a very physically imposing type of a horse, but definitely one that looks like he had enough athleticism to be able to improve off of that effort. Horses are headed to the track for race number 2 here at Ellis Park. Best of luck.
Approaching the starting gate, race 2. The horses approaching the gate less than a minute. They've reached the gate. It's post time. Loading in for race number 2. 6-5 on Arrow Strike. 2-1 on Go Conspirator for Ralph Martinez in from Collinsville. Arrow Strike up to the outside. They are at the post. And they are racing. Good start. Go Conspirator and Horse Daddy flashing the most speed. Smoky Lee the Great jumped well from third. A length further back is Frome, who settles along fourth, and Arrow Strike is fifth and trailing single file as they start to spread out and turn up the backside. Already 10 lengths from top to bottom. Tearaway lead for Go Conspirator, who shows the way with 6 furlongs to go. The lead is about 6.5 lengths. Racing well off the rail is Heat. 2 lengths further back from the extreme outside, Smoky Lee now second, to the inside Horse Daddy third. Then it is Arrow Strike and From at the back of the pack. Just outside 4.5 furlongs to go. The quarter 24.04 seconds. Just outside the half-mile stage, Go Conspirator shows the way. The lead is still about 6 lengths, as Smoky Lee and Horse Daddy are still second and third, and Arrow Strike and From, they are glued together as well. In behind the pace setter, half-mile 47 and 4. Go Conspirator has been there every step of the way, but the lead is diminished to just about 2 lengths up the inside. Horse Daddy is trying to come on through as Smoky Lee will have to go around. A couple lengths further back now moving is Frome and Arrow Strike with a quarter to go. They start to bunch up, but Go Conspirator is still finding up top well off the rail. Top of the home stretch, Go Conspirator is in front by 2. Horse Daddy saving every yard up the fence outside the furlong grounds. Here comes Horse Daddy after pace-setting Go Conspirator. Arrow Strike is up into third, 1/16 left. Now Go Conspirator is coming down to engage Horse Daddy down to the wire. Go Conspirator coast to coast for Ralph Martinez. Go Conspirator wins by almost 2 in the end. Horse Daddy was second, Arrow Strike third, and Smoky Lee checked in fourth. Judges posting number 6, Co-Conspirator as the race winner. Second, number 5, Horse Daddy. Third, number 1, Arrow Strike. And fourth, the 2, Smoky Lee. Again, the winner, the 6, Co-Conspirator. Once again, unofficially top 4 finishers. Winner number 6, Co-Conspirator. Second, number 5, Horse Daddy. Third, number 1, Arrow Strike. And fourth, the 2, Smoky Lee. 6, 5, 1, and 2. Into the winner's circle, Jerry Dixon with number 6, Co-Conspirator. Co-Conspirator, a 3-year-old dark bear brown gelded son by Big Brown out of the Harlan's Holiday mare named Harlow Tri-Holiday. The winner's owned by Jonathan Ritter, trained by Ralph Martinez. Ridden to victory by Raylu Gutierrez. Brody Martinez with a guest appearance in the winner's circle here with Co-Conspirator, who is your official winner. Returning $874, $440, and $244 for the show money. Exact to $16.84. The try $15.37. The daily double $52.93. The superfecta was refunded. Race number 3 at Ellis Park is up next. Race 3 is in 22 minutes in the third race. We're off the turf, 1 1/8 on a muddy main. Scratch the 1, Bioka. Scratch the 4, Get Through. Win plays show, exact to try, daily double, pick 3, and the pick 3 for the all-turf pick 3 has been canceled. Once again, cancel the superfecta, cancel the $3 all-turf pick 3. Win plays show, exact to try, daily double, and normal pick 3 wagering. And they are racing. Good start. Co-Conspirator and Horse Daddy flashing the most speed. Smoky Lee the Gray jumped well from third. A length further back is Frome, who settles along fourth, and Arrow Strike is fifth and trailing single file as they start to spread out and turn up the backside. Already 10 lengths from top to bottom. Tearaway lead for Co-Conspirator, who shows the way with 6 furlongs to go. The lead is about 6.5 lengths. Racing well off the rail is Heat. 2 lengths further back from the extreme outside, Smoky Lee now second, to the inside Horse Daddy third. Then it is Arrow Strike and From at the back of the pack. Just outside 4.5 furlongs to go, the quarter 24.04 seconds. Just outside the half-mile stage, Co-Conspirator shows the way. The lead is still about 6 lengths, as Smoky Lee and Horse Daddy are still second and third, and Arrow Strike and From, they are glued together as well. In behind the pace setter, half-mile 47 and 4. Co-Conspirator has been there every step of the way, but the lead is diminished to just about 2 lengths up the inside. Horse Daddy is trying to come on through, as Smoky Lee will have to go around. A couple lengths further back now, moving is Frome and Arrow Strike with a quarter to go. They start to bunch up, but Co-Conspirator is still finding up top, well off the rail. Top of the home stretch, Co-Conspirator is in front by 2. Horse Daddy saving every yard up the fence outside the furlong grounds. Here comes Horse Daddy after pace-setting Co-Conspirator. Arrow Strike is up into third, 1/16 left. Now Co-Conspirator is coming down to engage Horse Daddy down to the wire. Co-Conspirator coast to coast for Ralph Martinez. Co-Conspirator wins by almost 2 in the end. Horse Daddy was second, Arrow Strike third, and Smoky Lee checked in fourth. And they are racing. Good start. Co-Conspirator and Horse Daddy flashing the most speed. Smoky Lee the Gray jumped well from third. A length further back is Frome, who settles along fourth, and Arrow Strike is fifth and trailing single file as they start to spread out and turn up the backside. Already 10 lengths from top to bottom. Tearaway lead for Co-Conspirator, who shows the way with 6 furlongs to go. The lead is about 6.5 lengths. Racing well off the rail is Heat. 2 lengths further back from the extreme outside, Smoky Lee now second, to the inside Horse Daddy third. Then it is Arrow Strike and From at the back of the pack. Just outside 4.5 furlongs to go, the quarter 24.04 seconds. Just outside the half-mile stage, Co-Conspirator shows the way. The lead is still about 6 lengths, as Smoky Lee and Horse Daddy are still second and third, and Arrow Strike and From, they are glued together as well. In behind the pace setter, half-mile 47 and 4. Horse Daddy is trying to come on through as Smokey Lee will have to go around. A couple lengths further back now, moving is Froman. Arrow Strike with a quarter to go. They start to bunch up, but Go Conspirator is still finding up top, well off the rail. Top of the home stretch, Go Conspirator is in front by 2. Horse Daddy saving every yard up the fence outside of furlong grounds. Here comes Horse Daddy after pace-setting Go Conspirator. Arrow Strike is up into third, 1/16 left. Now Go Conspirator is coming down to engage Horse Daddy down to the wire. Go Conspirator coast to coast for Ralph Martinez. Go Conspirator wins by almost 2 in the end. Horse Daddy was second, Arrow Strike third. And
Brewed with Valencia orange and coriander, Blue Moon is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang in a gallery. But then, you wouldn't be able to grab it. Sure, something so well crafted might belong in a frame, but then you wouldn't be able to drink it. So, we framed it with our signature glass instead. Blue Moon, one of a kind, every time.
Master horse racing with the power of daily racing forms. Formulator, the sport's most advanced handicapping tool featuring exclusive speed and pace figures, customizable data views, trainer patterns, and more. Formulator is now free for DRF Bets members. Sign up to get the best bonus in racing with a $250 deposit match and a $10 free bet. Go to drf.com/bet and use promo code WINNING to start playing like a pro today.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Race number 3 here at Ellis Park, just a few moments away. We have a mile and an eighth event. This will be held on the main track as the race is taken off of the turf here today. Maiden claiming for $30,000 for this group of 3-year-olds and up. Top picks for me, I went 7, 6, and put the 3 to round out my top 3, but much prefer the aforementioned 2 horses. The Scotch No Rocks, trained by Chris Hartman, a colt who is going to get a bit more distance today than he's ever run before. I will say he's just been a little bit of a handful just when they tried to get the saddle on him. He came into the paddock looking fit. He's a very well turned out horse, very well muscled, a medium sized son of Stay Thirsty. So interested to see how he does get this distance. His best race of his career was going a mile here at Ellis Park, where he finished second in his 3rd lifetime event. It was a race that was taken off the turf as well, so it does seem like they've been trying to get him on the grass for some time, but he will be ridden today by Mitchell Merle for the 3rd time as they just make some more adjustments on him. Keep an eye on his behavior and see how he does. I will say that the 6 horse was impressive. That is Thatch for Brendan Walsh. This is the one that's getting the drop in class here today. Maiden special weight to maiden claiming. This should be much better company for him to be able to face today. He's also 7 horse, just going up a little bit. The 6, Thatch, going to get that more distance here today. He's only run 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs, but he's never been able to really contend with the fractions, with the pace that's been in either of those 2 races. So I actually really like the stretch out from him. Obviously like the drop in class, maiden special weight to maiden claiming anytime for a horse like this. But Brendan Walsh also wins at 26% when making that move. So you've got some good credentials, some good stats to back up that kind of a movement. You got Vincent, pardon me, I'm going to do that every time, Chaminade as the jockey here, who's never ridden this horse before, but again, has been really productive at the Ellis Park meet with just a couple of mounts. So like the fact that he's winning at 20% of the time. Brendan Walsh also off to a hot start. He's in the top contenders for the leading trainer at the moment here at the Run Happy Ellis meet. Source is a big long shot in the last 2 races, especially last time at Churchill Downs, but definitely going to get some play here today. And physically, I certainly think he looks like one that should be able to handle this much distance. He looks like a horse that they probably gave him some time. He only made his first start as a late 3-year-old. And he looks like he's continued to grow. He maybe even still has a little bit more to go as he's still has his butt a little bit higher than his withers there. So wouldn't be surprised to see him kind of stretch out a bit. The 3 horse is Sailor's Return. This horse they saddled in the corner. Another one that was not necessarily giving them a hard time, but just maybe had a little bit of nervous energy, anticipation. That being said, he's run 17 times before, so he certainly knows what this is all about. That could just be the way that he goes, a little bit more of a hot-blooded horse. He made a big effort last time. It was over the grass here at Ellis Park at a mile and a 16th, so if the question mark is which of the horses can get the distance, it certainly seems like Sailor's Return is the one to do it. We just have to make sure that he can handle the main track surface with the switch today, with races being taken off the turf. Again, last time he went a mile and a 16th, but that was on the grass. And, you know, he's a horse that comes from off the pace. In most of his races, he's needed a little bit of a setup. So we'll see what the tactic is here today as he does get Rafael Bejarano back aboard for the 2nd time in a row. Horses are headed out to the track for race number 3 here at Ellis. Good luck.
The horses are on the track for the third race from Ellis Park. Maiden 30 claimers to go a mile and eighth on the main, off the turf on the main. Again, numbers 1 and 4 are out. No superfecta, no turf pick 3, but win, play, show, exacta, try, double, and normal pick 3. Post time in 4 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Race 3 to go. A mile and eighth at Ellis. Maiden 30 claimers. 9 to 5 on Sailor's Return and Scotch No Rocks, who has about 50% of the show pool. Scotch No Rocks. Sailor's Return in. Just about $200 separating Sailor's Return and Scotch No Rocks in the Win Mutual. In the win pool, Scotch No Rocks a slight favorite in Aqua Cat. Thatch. Thatch is in. Scotch No Rocks to the outside now. 8 to 5 Scotch No Rocks. They are at the post. And they are Racing. Sailors return put in tight shortly after the start and is last. Aquacat is first. Have company, though. Thatch to the outside. In Words of Wisdom trying to knife up the fence, but the end of the first turn, it is Words of Wisdom who comes on through to the inside of Aquacat. Thatch is a 3-wide third. Down on the inside, Scotch No Rocks from the outermost draw is fourth. He's really keen to go on and just guide it out to the center of the track to try to get that one to relax now from fourth. And 2 lengths further back to Sailor's Return, who is last of them all. They straighten up for the backstretch run. 6 furlongs to go. The quarter 23-3. So fast tempo being set by Words of Wisdom, who shows the way. The lead's a half a dozen. Thatch to the outside of Scotch No Rocks, who makes an early move up the backside into second. Sailors Returns now up a spot up into fourth, and that relegates Aquacat to the fifth and trailing position. About 8 lengths from top to bottom, a half mile to go. The first half mile, 47-1. Well off the fence, Words of Wisdom shows the way. Sneaking through, Scotch No Rocks now moves a closer second. Thatch is third. Under a heavy drive, Sailor's Return has moved up into fourth, and Aquacat still can see them all. 5/16 to go, and Words of Wisdom has reopened again to about a 6-length margin with a quarter to go. Still racing second. Scotch No Rocks had that early move, but now he shifted into reverse. Up the inside from last, Aquacat on a rebid. Sailor's Return in the orange's third, top at a home stretch, and Words of Wisdom still there. 3/4 quick, 1:11-3 with a furlong to go. He's still in front by 7, and with a 16th now, Words of Wisdom never in doubt. Words of Wisdom's going to go all the way coast to coast. Words of Wisdom. First off the claim for Keith York. Wins by about 7 in the end. Aquacat was second. Sailor's Return photoed with Scotch No Rocks, and Thatch was last of them all. Speed is where you want to be today on the front end. 3 races, 3 wire, 2-wire winners. Unofficially, number 2, Words of Wisdom, the winner. Second, number 5, Aquacat. Third, number 3, Sailor's Return. And fourth, number 7, Scotch No Rocks. 2, 5, 3, 7. Into the winner's circle number 2, Words of Wisdom, a 3-year-old chestnut gelded son who is by Tappet out of the Street Sense mare named Wedding Toast. Words of Wisdom, owned and trained by Keith York and ridden to victory by Francisco Arrieta. Words of Wisdom breaks maiden in start number 8. First off the claim here for Keith York of Tajawa fame. Race 3 official, 2537 official. Words of Wisdom, $9.74, $5.04, and $2.82. Exacta 46.83, the try 58.05, the double 24.66. First pick 3 for this Friday program, 168.26. Up next, race number 4, sponsored by Run Happy. Field of 8 to go. 5 furlongs on the main. Maiden filly 2-year-old special weight per $60,000. No program changes. Race number 4, win, place, show. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double starts at pick 3, and it starts the 50-cent pick 5. Pick 5 from Ellis Park is up next in 21 minutes. Already $11,200 in new money, in addition to that carryover of $13,816. This is going to be a sizable pool here. The pick 5 at Ellis Park up next in 21 minutes. Get involved. And they are racing. Sailor's Return put in tight shortly after the start and is last. Aquacat is first. Have company, though. Thatch to the outside. And Words of Wisdom trying to knife up the fence, but the end of the first turn, it is Words of Wisdom who comes on through to the inside of Aquacat. Thatch is a 3-wide third. Down on the inside, Scotch No Rocks from the outermost draw is fourth. He's really keen to go on and just guide it out to the center of the track to try to get that one to relax now from fourth, and 2 lengths further back to Sailor's Return, who is last of them all. They straighten up for the backstretch run. 6 furlongs to go. The quarter 23-3. So fast tempo being set by Words of Wisdom, who shows the way. The lead's a half a dozen. Thatch to the outside of Scotch No Rocks, who makes an early move up the backside into second. Sailor's Returns now up a spot up into fourth, and that relegates Aquacat to the 5th and trailing position. About 8 lengths from top to bottom, a half mile to go. The first half mile, 47-1. Well off the fence, Words of Wisdom shows the way. Sneaking through, Scotch No Rocks now moves a closer second. Thatch is third. Under a heavy drive, Sailor's Return has moved up into fourth, and Aquacat still can see them all. 5/16 to go, and Words of Wisdom has reopened, and reopened again to about a 6-length margin with a quarter to go. Still racing second. Scotch No Rocks had that early move, but now he shifted into reverse. Up the inside from last, Aquacat on a rebid. Sailor's Return in the oranges, third top at a home stretch, and Words of Wisdom still there. 3/4 quick, 1:11-3 with a furlong to go. He's still in front by 7, and with a 16th now, Words of Wisdom never in doubt. Words of Wisdom's going to go all the way coast to coast. Words of Wisdom. First off the claim for Keith York. Wins by about 7 in the end. Aquacat was second. Sailor's Return photoed with Scotch No Rocks, and Thatch was last of them all.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
It's so cold.
Race number 4 here at Ellis Park, a maiden special weight for $60,000, sponsored by our friends at Run Happy. This one for the 2-year-old fillies. They're going to go 5 furlongs there on the main track. This is also the start of the 50-cent Pick 5. Do note there's over a $13,000 carryover into that Pick 5 sequence. So one to get involved with for sure. All three of us, myself, Jimmy, and Gene McLean, had put together some tickets for you that you may have seen earlier in the day. They're also available on our social media channels at Ellis Park Racing. You can follow along with those there, but trying to get you a chance to win big here in Henderson, Kentucky. And this is certainly a competitive leg to start things off. Top selections for me, I went to the 8-horse on top. That is Fee, a 2-year-old daughter of Into Mischief, who you can't miss her. She's got a big white face on her. She's certainly very fit here in the paddock. She's trained by Steve Asmussen. She's had some really slow kind of maintenance, I would say rather stamina building works to her, a lot of 5 furlong efforts, some 4 furlongs as well. But I like the fact that 2 back, she did pick it up a little bit from the gate. She's ridden by Brian Hernandez Jr. here, and this is a barn that does very well with first-time starters, winning at, with 2-year-olds rather, winning at 16%, first-time starters 11%. But you certainly have to consider both Steve Asmussen and Brian Hernandez from the, in the standings here at Ellis Park. The 5-horse talked to the trainer, John Ortiz. This is a filly that is a daughter of Taylor Verve. She's one that worked 21-2, so they worked her a little bit faster at the OBS sale in March, or a little bit longer, I should say, at the OBS sale in March of 2022. And I asked Johnny about the works because she has had some really pedantic times, 4 furlongs in 51, 5 furlongs in 103 and 2. And he said it's just a filly she's been really full of herself in the mornings, just trying to keep her together. So we weren't really too concerned with getting her the fitness. She is fit and ready to go. And she looks like that here in the paddock as well. She's really nicely tucked up. She certainly has a lot of energy to her. She's got 2 handlers on her head at the moment, just walking around. So she looks like she is ready to go. You got Raylu Gutierrez in the irons there, so he's going to ride this filly for her debut here today, but really, really like what I see from her. She's nicely tucked up. You can see the definition in her belly, that line of fitness that you like to see, especially for first-time starters when you're wondering if they're ready to go first out, but really like what I see from her, and have to say that she might have even been elevated to the top of my picks just after seeing her in the paddock. The 8-horse, a bigger bodied type. She does seem to have a little bit more around her girth, but just comparatively, I would say that the 5 maybe is a little bit more tucked up for the first start here today. Now the 2 is Aunt Shirley, trained by Rudolph Brousset. Trotter Corrales will be aboard here. This is a horse that's been working at Keeneland last time, 4 furlongs in 47 and 4. And this is another barn that does very well with firsters. It seems like they've gotten enough out of her in the mornings. She was training somewhere else and then moved over to Keeneland for the past 2 works, but it does look like she flashed enough early speed in the mornings that they seem to have her ready to go. She's going to be included in those top selections there as she walks back into the stall, but physically I would say she does look really, really fit here in the paddock. Nice for a firster. The 4-horse is twice as sweet. This one for Brendan Walsh, who's already off to a hot start, again in the contenders for leading trainer here at Ellis. Martine Garcia gets the mount here. This is a horse who comes off of a gate work, seems to be pretty sharp. She's also had some bullet works here recently, so daughter of Candy Ride, looks good, bred and owned by Godolphin. Tough maiden special weight to start off that pick 5 sequence here at Ellis Park for race number 4. Good luck.
The horses on the track for the 4th race, sponsored by Run Happy. Maiden filly, 2-year-old per $60,000. Field of 8 with no program changes. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super, daily double, pick 3. And the pick 5 starts here, has that carryover of $13,816 with just 5 minutes. Good luck.
I sent one of my horses down to an armor guy. This guy, you have to write him a letter, and then you'll go to the neighbor and call it.
Yes. I had some, I hired I had them to build a fort, but I couldn't get it. Old farmhouse. Not floor. Oh, seat. Seat cover. And anyway, get a hold of this guy. I had to call the guy to give him a ride. They can get him to work. Yeah. And they never seen that. It's bad on the day. Guy, yeah, I said, this is bullshit. What I paid for the year. Anyway, I said, you want to go in there? I'll do it. No, you do it. He left me something.
They can install it for on an old farmhouse.
We report, we do the platform on tonight. New, front doors. And special ordered them, okay? Had them come later than this one. The old man went there. The reason I had it, I wanted it to stay like they were. So I had to lose it. It's called- and then, my brother comes. And I'm there. I said, I ain't never been bad on this, but I had to.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Philly 2-year-olds loading in to start to pick 5 here. Early money was on Aunt Shirley. Now Twice as Sweet. Getting the weight support. Work of Fiction. And Becky Thatcher going in. Here's Godolphin's Twice as Sweet. Daughter at Candy Ride, 9-5 favorite loading in. None of the multiple graded stake winner. They're at the post. And they are off. Rocket start for Twice as Sweet was quick into stride. Work of Fiction away in the second spot, up to Extreme Outside Fee away in third. Aunt Shirley to the inside from fourth. Then a length and a half further back as they make their entrance in the turn. It's Windy Bay up the inside at Alinda, and Becky Thatcher out at the back of the pack into the far turn. 3 furlongs from home. The speedy Twice as Sweet shows the way up to the inside, trying to squeeze on through. Here's Aunt Shirley, and Aunt Shirley finds room at the fence and comes on through to challenge as Twice as Sweet still there. Fee is third, then a length and a half further back. It's Windy Bay top of a stretch, and Twice as Sweet is trying to tighten the hole on Aunt Shirley, but she's bullying on through with a furlong to go. It's Twice as Sweet. She's game. Aunt Shirley to the inside. She's lunging up with a 16th to go. These two in match race mode in the final 50 yards, and Aunt Shirley is pressing past. Aunt Shirley won over a tough customer in Twice as Sweet. A half a dozen links back to Fee, who was third, and Andalita was fourth. Running time 57-1. And Shirley lunging up the fence to win another winner by Justify as he continues to impress with his progeny here in his freshman season. Again, Aunt Shirley up the fence. She breaks maiden a eye-catching time there, 57.27 at first, asking Aunt Shirley 5-2, home a winner. Into the winner's circle, impressive winner on debut. This good-looking 2-year-old filly here, Aunt Shirley, a 2-year-old chestnut daughter by Justify, out of the Franco mare named Ambrosia. The winner's owned by Windstar Farm, LLC, trained by Rudy Brisset and Gerardo Corrales, the winning jockey. Aunt Shirley up the inside to win in a flashy time, 57.27 seconds. And Shirley, 2.5 to 1 winner here for Windstar Farm and Rudy. Another good-looking 2-year-old performance by a Justify Baby. And this one returns $7.44, $3.94, $3.06 to show. Dime Super, $16.53. The trifecta was $25.28. Exacta, $11.58. The double, $26.91. Pick 3, $55.54. Pick 4, how about $2,118.21 on a winning combination of 1, 6, 2, and 2. Race number 5 up next starts the pick force off the turf, a mile on the main. Scratch 1A, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 11. And they are off. Rocket start for Twice as Sweet was quick into stride. Work of Fiction away in the second spot, up to Extreme outside, Fee away in third. Aunt Shirley to the inside from fourth. Then a length and a half further back as they make their entrance in the turn. It's Windy Bay up the inside, Adelinda, and Becky Thatcher out at the back of the pack into the far turn. 3 furlongs from home. The speedy Twice as Sweet shows the way up to the inside, trying to squeeze on through. Here's Aunt Shirley, and Aunt Shirley finds room at the fence and comes on through to challenge as Twice as Sweet still there. Fee is third, then a length and a half further back. It's Windy Bay top of a stretch, and Twice as Sweet is trying to tighten the hole on Aunt Shirley, but she's bullying on through with a furlong to go. It's Twice as Sweet, she's game. Aunt Shirley to the inside, she's lunging up with a 16th to go. These two in match race mode in the final 50 yards, and Aunt Shirley is pressing past. Aunt Shirley won over a tough customer in Twice as Sweet. A half a dozen links back to Fee, who was third, and Andalita was fourth. Running time 57 and 1. And they are off. Rocket start for Twice as Sweet was quick into stride. Work of Fiction away in the second spot, up to Extreme outside, Fee away in third. Aunt Shirley to the inside from fourth. Then a length and a half further back as they make their entrance in the turn. It's Windy Bay up the inside, Adelinda, and Becky Thatcher out at the back of the pack into the far turn. 3 furlongs from home. The speedy Twice as Sweet shows the way. Room at the fence and comes on through to challenge as Twice as Sweet still there. Fee is third, then a length and a half further back. It's Windy Bay top of a stretch, and Twice as Sweet is trying to tighten the hole on Aunt Shirley, but she's bullying on through with a furlong to go. It's Twice as Sweet, she's game. Aunt Shirley to the inside, she's lunging up with a 16th to go. These two in match race mode in the final 50 yards, and Aunt Shirley is pressing past. Aunt Shirley won over a tough customer in Twice as Sweet. A half a dozen links back to Fee, who was third, and Andalita was fourth. Running time 57.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Henderson captures what's inside you. nature and history are its backdrop. Always familiar, but never the same. So, what's your nature?
Race number 5 up next here as we're looking at 1 mile distance taken off the turf will be run on that main track. This is the start of the 50-cent late pick 4, one of my favorite wagers there on track. Hopefully you played along with the pick 5 with the carryover here today, but if not, this is your chance to get involved for one of the final multi-race sequences that we have here at the track today. Lots of races available for you. I think they're showing the pick 5 graphic, but that should have been for the last race. So hopefully it's the pick 4 there. But the 1 horse is going to go on top for me. This horse I thought would be maybe the single of the day. I know in the preview show, both Jimmy McNerney and myself really liked this gelding. He seems like one of the horses that you might be able to rely on. He certainly seems like one that improved a lot last time. He was able to close over the sloppy racetrack, and this is a horse that prefers to be on the front end, close to the front end, and so the fact that he was kind of taken out of his element, still was able to close over those fractions and had a nice game performance that day under jockey Chris Amy, I thought was really impressive. So I liked the way he looked coming into the paddock. He has had just a little bit of a freshening since that last race, but trainer Brittany Vandenberg with horses with 61 to 180 days comes back to win at 21%, so some really, really nice credentials there, and I just thought he looked fresh. He looked like a horse that was ready to run here today, and certainly like his versatility. So that was going to go on top for me, the 1 horse, followed by the 10 as we scroll down, and that one is Palatial Times for Mike Maker. Blinkers going on here for this one. I haven't seen this horse wear blinkers in his past performances before, so I think this is the first time for him. Going to get a little bit more distance here today as he goes from the 7.5 on the grass to the 1 mile distance here at Ellis Park. But he finished second last time out at Indiana. Before that, he had some time away from the racetrack. It doesn't seem like he's raced very consistently since the end of last year in 2021 and back in November, December, where he was kind of running like in every other race pattern. Definitely not a horse that's had a lot of consistency, at least in the recent races, but I'm hoping here today he might be able to put it together. Obviously, they were trying for the grass for this horse here today, but going to have to switch over to that main track. Now, I will say that he's had a few very good performances in his lifetime. This is start number 25, but he's had 3 wins over the fast dirt track. He has a win already over a wet track, so not a horse that I'm too concerned with the surface switch there after the scratches, after the conditions. So I definitely think that the 10 horse has a chance in this spot. Rounded out that top 3 with the 5 horse, the Boss Factor, who looked really fit coming into the paddock. A beautiful shoulder on this horse. Certainly looks to me to have a miler type of a body, and also one that seems to flash a little bit of early speed in some of his best races. So we'll see if Gage Holmes can get this one to the winner's circle, already with a win today for that particular rider. But jockeys are up. Race number 5 is up next, the start of the pick 4. Good luck.
On the track for the 5th race. Open 75 claimer, race taken off the turf. Mile on the main, scratch 1A, 3, 4, 8, 9, 11. Pick 4 starts here. Good luck. Now just 1 minute, race number 5 from Ellis Park. 1 minute. 75 claimers to go. A mile on the main. 1 minute. And the late pick 4 starts here in the 5th. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Field set to load here for the 5th race. Starts the late pick 4. 6 for 5 on Duchessois. 8 to 5 on Palatial Times. Money for Mischief and Rafael Bayarado moving in. The gray, the Boss Factor moving in. Apprentice Gage Holmes looking for a second on the card. Feeling Dangerous is locked up. Duchessois with Chris Amy. And Palatial Times to the outside. Yellow Cap. Corrales looking for 2 straight. They're at the post. And they are racing. Fast start for the Boss Factor, who was quick into stride. From the outside, Palatial Times jumped well. He bounces out in second to the inside. Money for Mischief is third. Then a link for the back deep on the course. Duchessois settles along fourth, right to the outside of Feeling Dangerous. They round the opening turn, straight up for the backstretch journey, just outside 6 furlongs to go, and the Boss Factor's made the point. The lead's 2 lengths to Palatial Times. Out in the clear from second, Money for Mischief to the inside third. Feeling Dangerous is headstrong from fourth and covered up by the favorite, Duchessois, to the outside, who is last. 5 furlongs to go. The first quarter was slow, 25 seconds flat. The Boss Factor and apprentice Gage Holmes fostering out the speed of the Boss Factor. To the outside now, Palatial Times. Corrales says it's times to go, and these two match strides with a half mile to go. Half mile, 48 seconds into the far turn. The Boss Factor to the inside, Palatial Times to the outside. Now, Yellow Silks of Duchessois is a major danger up into third. Money for Mischief is fourth and about 3 lengths for the back to Feeling Dangerous, who's out the back door, just outside 5/16 to go. It is still the Boss Factor and Palatial Times doing the business up top. Duchessois hovering to the outside of Money for Mischief in third as they race towards the top of the home stretch, and there goes Palatial Times, but here comes Money for Mischief. To the outside, Duchessois is lugging in. The favorite is third with 2 lengths to raise. They're inside the final furlong, and up top it's Palatial Times with a 16 to go. Up into second, Money for Mischief. Down to the wire, Palatial Times, another winner for Corrales. Bit of erratic stretch run for the winner, but he won by better than 2. Money for Mischief was second. A long way back to class-dropping Duchessois, who was third in the running time, 1:36 in 2. Judges posting the top 4 finishers. Winner number 10, Palatial Times. Second, number 2, Money for Mischief. Third, number 1, Duchessois. 4th to 5, the Boss Factor. 10, 2, 1, 5. Once again, unofficial top 4. Winner 10, Palatial Times. Second, number 2, Money for Mischief. Third, number 1, Duchessois. And fourth goes 5, the Boss Factor. 10, 2, 1, 5. Into the winner's circle, Gerardo Corrales for the second time on the card, this time with number 10, Palatial Times. A 4-year-old chestnut gelded son by Palace Malice out of the Foxhound mare named Polly Alexander. The winner owned in partnership by Paradise Farms Corporation and David Stodacre, the winning trainer Mike Maker, and 2 wins for Gerardo Corrales. Up top, Palatial Times, home a winner 136 and 2 the running time. 5-2 odds, the winner 722, 356, and 210 to show. Exact 1167, the try 1138. The double 1394, pick 354, 34. Again, the superfecta was refunded with those scratches. Race number 6 is up next. Starts the final pick 3 of the card. This is sponsored by Run Happy, another good quality maiden special weight for the 2-year-olds to go 1 mile. Field of 10 set to take to the track in 21. And they are racing. Fast start for the Boss Factor, who was quick into stride. From the outside, Palatial Times jumped well. He bounces out in second to the inside. Money for Mischief is third. Then a link for the back deep on the course. Duchessois settles long fourth right to the outside of Feeling Dangerous. They round the opening turn, straighten up for the backstretch journey. Just outside 6 furlongs to go, and the Boss Factor's made the point. The lead's 2 lengths to Palatial Times. Out in the clear from second, Money for Mischief to the inside third. Feeling Dangerous is headstrong from fourth and covered up by the favorite, Duchessois, to the outside, who is last. 5 furlongs to go. First quarter was slow, 25 seconds flat. The Boss Factor and apprentice Gage Holmes fostering out the speed of the Boss Factor. To the outside now, Palatial Times. Corrales says it's times to go, and these two match strides with a half mile to go. Half mile, 48 seconds into the far turn. The Boss Factor to the inside, Palatial Times to the outside. Now, Yellow Silks of Duchessois is a major danger up into third. Money for Mischief is fourth and about 3 lengths for the back to Feeling Dangerous, who's out the back door. Just outside 5/16 to go. It is still the Boss Factor and Palatial Times doing the business up top. Duchessois hovering to the outside of Money for Mischief in third as they race towards the top of the home stretch, and there goes Palatial Times, but here comes Money for Mischief. To the outside, Duchessois is lugging in. The favorite is third with 2 lengths to raise. They're inside the final furlong, and up top it's Palatial Times with a 16 to go. Up into second, Money for Mischief. Down to the wire, Palatial Times, another winner for Corrales. Bit of erratic stretch run for the winner, but he won by better than 2. Money for Mischief was second. A long way back to class-dropping Duchessois, who was third, in the running time, 136 in 2. And they are racing. Fast start for the Boss Factor, who was quick into stride. From the outside, Palatial Times jumped well. He bounces out in second to the inside. Money for Mischief is third. Then a link for the back deep on the course. Duchessois settles long fourth right to the outside of Feeling Dangerous. They round the opening turn, straighten up for the backstretch journey. Just outside 6 furlongs to go, and the Boss Factor's made the point. The lead's 2 lengths to Palatial Times. Out in the clear from second, Money for Mischief to the inside third. Feeling Dangerous is headstrong from fourth and covered up by the favorite, Duchessois, to the outside, who is last. 5 furlongs to go. First quarter was slow, 25 seconds flat. The Boss Factor and apprentice Gage Holmes fostering out the speed of the Boss Factor. To the outside now, Palatial Times. Corrales says it's times to go, and these two match strides with a half mile to go. Half mile, 48 seconds into the far turn. The Boss Factor to the inside, Palatial Times to the outside. Now, Yellow Silks of Duchessois is a major danger up out the back door. Just outside 5/16 to go. It is still the Boss Factor and Palatial Times doing the business up top. Duchessois hovering to the outside of Money for Mischief in third as they race towards the top of the home stretch, and there goes Palatial Times, but here comes Money for Mischief. To the outside, Duchessois is lugging in. The favorite is third with 2 lengths to raise. They're inside the final furlong, and up top it's Palatial Times with a 16 to go. Up into second, Money for Mischief. Down to the wire, Palatial Times, another winner for Corrales. Bit of erratic stretch run for the winner, but he won by better than 2. Money for Mischief was second.
Turn your love of racing into savings with equine discounts through the NTRA. Purchase through equine discounts and receive great savings on well-known brands like John Deere, Sherwin-Williams, Big Ass Fans, Farmers Insurance, and Office Depot. Join thousands of other equine members and support companies that give back to the sport we all love. Call 866-678-4289 or visit equinediscounts.com to start saving today.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
I know whose horse I'm taking.
Race number 6 up next here at Ellis Park as we've got a race for the 2-year-olds. This one a maiden special weight for $60,000. 1 mile the distance on that main track there, and a very active paddock at that. A lot of very well-bred, good-looking horses too. Tough to choose to get that top selection, but I ended up with the 8, 5, 1. I think I had the 6 and the 7 on some of those tickets. This was one of the legs that I had spread in, thinking that this could be a really, really competitive event. Talk about the 8 horse first, Hallow Point. This one, a 2-year-old son of Gunrunner, trained by Steve Asmussen, going to make the 2nd career start here today. And boy, he's certainly a big, robust type of a horse. He's got a lot of girth to him. I do think that he certainly looks good under the tack, maybe a little bit more fit than when he started out over the 6 furlongs. He finished 11th that day. He didn't really do a whole lot of running. Again, he's kind of a rounder body type. He's a horse that I think they probably needed to sharpen up to come into this spot. And in fact, they have, if you look at those past 2 workouts here at Ellis Park over both the muddy track and then also on the fast track from the gate, 5 furlongs in 59 and 3. It seems like they've sharpened him up. It seems like he's on the muscle here. And I'd have to say I probably prefer him physically to the other horse, the other Asmussen here, the 7. So I'm going to take the 8 over that 7 horse. Just a little bit of an issue with the 10 Homeschool, who seems to have gone up in the stalls and spooked a little bit, but they do have a hold of that one now, and I'll keep you updated on that horse as well as they check him out. But a bit of a long shot on the outside. We'll go to the 5, and that one is Dennington, a 2-year-old son of Gunrunner as well. This one trained by Kenny McPeak. Brian Hernandez Jr. going to get the mount here. He was very active on the walkover. He had his tail up like an Arabian. He was on his toes. He was looking around. He is a first-time starter, so he's never seen any of this before. But I will say I'm happy to report that since he's gotten to the paddock, he's really seemed to calm down. They saddled him just fine. His demeanor is much different than what I thought we'd be seeing here, especially for a 2-year-old colt. So it seems like he's got his mind on business as he walks by me now. And, you know, he's another horse that kind of has had some slower works, 4 furlongs in the 50s for the past couple. So was interested to see the fitness on this horse, but I do think that he has a nice look to him as he walks around here in the paddock. Have to include him for Kenny McPeak, who wins at 16% with those 2-year-old horses, and also does really nicely when debuting horses at a mile or over. So threw that one on there with Brian, thinking that he might maybe have had the option to ride some of the Asmussen horses who he's been riding before, or obviously a Kenny who he rides for quite a bit, and went that direction. So I included the F5 as my second choice. The 1 is Judo for Brad Cox. Joe Talamo aboard, coming off a bullet workout, 4 furlongs in 47 and 1. That was from the gate. A nice sharp work to come into this spot. And that horse as well, I just got a quick look at him before he went into the stalls. But he's been a perfect gentleman there on the inside, son of Street Sense, who, like I said, trained by Brad Cox, owned and bred by Gary and Mary West, who are already off to a hot start here at the meet for the owners. They've had quite a few winners for a number of different trainers. So like the horse on the inside, again, a first-time starter, but this barn does very well, winning at 18% with those firsters and 26% with the 2-year-olds as well. So some very nice credentials there for the Brad Cox barn. The 6 is Tis the Coast. This one for John Ortiz. Raylu Gutierrez will be aboard. He rides very well for this barn. Very nice breeding for this colt. He's a son of West Coast. This horse is actually a half to In Due Time, who was second in the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth, third in the Lexington at Keeneland. So you have a lot of those kind of longer dirt races, graded stakes races, that black type that you have on the dam side of this one. He's trained by Johnny Ortiz, like I said, who currently is the leading trainer at the meet and has said time and time again that he's bringing horses here with the intention to win. He's really had a lot of horses that are fit and ready to go and bring their game, and we've seen that from him. So I have to say, physically, I think this horse also looks good. Well prepared. You can see that from the times in the morning as well. They've put a lot of long kind of stamina building drills into this horse, a lot of 5 furlongs, some from the gate, even a 6 furlong work, two works back. So definitely a horse that I think they've prepared nicely for the mile distance as he makes his debut here today. Now the 7 horse is Runagus. This one I mentioned briefly earlier for Steve Asmussen. I thought still had maybe just a touch more baby fat than, say, the 8 horse, the other Asmussen. He's a really big-bodied son of Liam's Map. He had a start here, or at Churchill rather, over the 4.5 furlongs where he finished 5th, beaten by 6 lengths. So he is going to get more distance. He is going to get another try here. At least he's had that start under his belt. his horse has plenty of nice turf breeding. He's a half to Sweet Melania, who was a 3-time graded stakes winner on the turf at Keeneland, Belmont, and Gulfstream Park. Obviously, this race on the main track here today, but that's what he's been training on. But I have to say, I do prefer the 8 as opposed to the 7. The last horse I'll mention is the 9, really big-bodied, tall, leggy colt. I love the stretch out for him from 5 furlongs to the mile. I think that'll suit him much, much better for his body type, a 2-year-old son of Mastery for Tommy Drury. Horses are headed out to the track for a Run Happy maiden special weight race number 6 here at Ellis. Good luck.
Up on the track for the 6th race, sponsored by Run Happy, maiden 2-year-old special weight per 60 grand. They'll go 1 mile. 10 of them here. Win, play, show, exact to try, super daily double, pick 3 in 4 minutes. less than a minute. The field approaching the starting gate. And the field approaching the starting gate for this 6th race from Ellis Park as the rain starts to fall here. Race 6 sponsored by Run Happy, 2-year-old special weight. Per $60,000 a go a mile. Judo 5-2 favorite. Moving in. Tis the Coast. It's on a West Coast locked up. In spite of Trainer and Rungus, the next two. Lucky Secret moving in. Hallow Point. Good looking son of Gun Runner going in 7-1. Silent Vote. Locked up. Duplantis. Cherry Valley going in. Here's Dennington. Another Gun Runner. This gray for Kenny McPeak. Carrying the Fern Circle Silks now to the outside homeschool. Field of 10 all set. And they are racing. Lucky Secret was quick into stride. Judo was fast out of there, too. Tis the Coast away in good order from 3rd. Hallow Point to the outside in 4th, up the inside. In spite of Trainer is 5th. These 5 covered by about 2 lengths. Then a link for the back to Rungus, who settles along 6th, about 2 in front of Duplantis, who is a length in front of Homeschool. Then a link for the back to Dennington, who is 9th, and a couple lengths further back at the back of the pack, 10th, and trailing. It is Silent Vote. Well strung outfield here in behind pace-setting Judo. The Son of Street Sense took him through the quarter, 23-3. Up the backside, outside 4.5 furlongs to go. Up to the outside, racing up into second is Tis the Coast. Extreme outside, set to strike, Hallow Point to the inside. Moving to closer 4th is In Spite of Trainer. Then it comes Rungus as Lucky Secret is falling back through the field, just got passed by Duplantis. And Dennington up the inside, still 2 back to Homeschool and a length to Silent Vote as they're midpoint through the turn. Half mile, 46-4, and the rain starts to fall in Hendo. And it is Judo who's still out there setting the tempo in spite of Trainer from between horses. Hallow Point to the outside is 3rd, and Rungus is set to strike from 4th, 3/4 and 11-2, and they lean into the lane, and it is Judo still there. Up to the outside trying to press past Hallow Point, running a good one late on the scene. Here comes Rungus up into 3rd. To the inside, Judo is a tough customer, and Rungus rages up to the outside. Hallow Point back into 3rd, 1/16 left. Judo is still there, and Judo, a Son of Street Sense, with an eye-catching effort, goes coast to coast, won by just better than 2. Rungus was 2nd, Hallow Point 3rd. In Spite of Trainer was 4th in 1:37-2. Judges posting the winner number 1, Judo. There's a photo for second 1 and a photo finish. Result of the photograph showed the 7 Rungus to be second, third number 8 Hallow Point, and fourth the 2 In Spite of Trainer 1782. There is an objection into the running of the sixth race. The jockey aboard number 3, Lucky Secret, who did not finish, has lodged a claim of foul against the unofficial fourth place finisher, number 2, In Spite of Trainer, alleging interference in the turn. Once again, the jockey aboard number 3, Lucky Secret, has lodged a claim of foul against your unofficial fourth place finisher, number 2, In Spite of Trainer, alleging interference in the turn. Objection in progress at this time does not affect your top 3 placings. 1782 unofficial with an objection against the 2 in the turn by the jockey of the 3. Into the winner's circle. Number 1, Judo. Judo, a 2-year-old bay colt by Street Sense out of the Tappet mare named Our Love Tap, who now has 4 winners from 4 runners. Judo is owned by Gary and Mary West, trained by Brad Cox and Joe Talabo. Up top, gate to wire, Judo on debut, 137 and 2. Again, race unofficial, objection, hold them all. No change. The claim of foul has been disallowed. There will be no change. 1-7-8-2 now official. Price is up. The winner $6.16, $3.84, $3.16 to show. Exacta 1872, 50-cent try 36.17, the double 7.62, pick 3 32.68. Dime Super is $61.74. Up next, race number 7. Race 7 off the turf, a mile in the main. Take out 1, 2, 5, 8, 13, and 15. Be aware the 14 and 16 both are in. Win Play Show Exacta Try Super starts the final double in 20 minutes. All set, and they are racing. Lucky Secret was quick into stride. Judo is fast out of there too. Tis the Coast away in good order from third. Hollow Point to the outside in fourth. Up the inside in spite of Trainer is fifth. These 5 covered by about 2 lengths. Then a link for the back to Rungus, who settles along sixth, about 2 in front of Duplantis, who is a length in front of Homeschool. Then a link for the back to Dennington, who is ninth, and a couple links further back at the back of the pack, 10th, and trailing it is Silent Vote. Well strung outfield here in behind pace setting Judo. The Son of Street Sense took him through the quarter, 23 and 3. Up the backside, outside 4.5 furlongs to go. Up to the outside, racing up into second is Tis the Coast. Extreme outside, set to strike, Hollow Point to the inside. Moving a closer fourth is In Spite of Trainer. Then it comes Rungus as Lucky Secret is falling back through the field, just got passed by Duplantis, and Dennington up the inside, still 2 back to Homeschool and a length to Silent Vote as they're midpoint through the turn. Half mile, 46 and 4, and the rain starts to fall in Hendo, and it is Judo who's still out there setting the tempo in spite of Trainer from between horses. Hollow Point to the outside is third, and Rungus is set to strike from fourth, 3/4 and 11 and 2, and they lean into the lane, and it is Judo still there. Up to the outside, trying to press past Hollow Point, running a good one late on the scene. Here comes Rungus up into third. To the inside, Judo is a tough customer, and Rungus rages up to the outside. Hollow Point back into third, 1/16 left. Judo is still there, and Judo, a Son of Street Sense, with an eye-catching effort, goes coast to coast, won by just better than 2. Rungus was second, Hollow Point third, In Spite of Trainer was fourth in 1:37 and 2. All set, and they are racing.
Race to Twin Spires and register with code GET200 to start earning your new player bonus of up to $200. Watch and bet on some of the world's best racing and check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Carefully crafted with Valencia orange peel, Blue Moon is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang in a gallery, but it looks best in our signature glass. Blue Moon, one of a kind, every time.
It's so cold.
Race number 7 coming up next here at Ellis Park as we have a 1 mile distance. This race taken off of the turf course. A big field here for you and plenty of scratches. You can see a lot of the horses on the also eligible list did draw in. In fact, the 16 going to draw in and becomes my top selection for this particular race. This is an allowance event for $61,000. Not winners of 2 other than. Also wanted to mention to you that they have sealed the main track here at Ellis Park. So just a little update on the surface. But we'll talk about the 16 first. And that one is scrolling St. Andrews for Mike Maker. He's shown a good bit of speed in some of his prior races. Gerardo Corrales gets them out here today. This is a horse who had to deal with the race taken off of the turf last time. He's going to get that again here today. He's performed, I thought, pretty well on both the dirt and the turf, and he comes into this spot with a bullet workout from the gate at the Churchill Downs Training Center. He seems like one that if he's able to get involved, he certainly does have a good showing of himself. My one concern would be the fact that he draws all the way on the 16 holes. So, you know, for a horse that I don't want to call him a need the lead horse because I don't think he's necessarily, you know, he hasn't raced that many times, but it has seemed like when he doesn't have the front end, he kind of loses that competitive edge a little bit. But I did think that his form was impressive. And looking at some of the races that he's been in, he certainly fit here and deserved to be included in those top selections. Next, we'll talk about the 6 horse. And this one I really liked in the paddock, uninvited guest for Steve Margolis. Joe Rocco going to get them out here, and this horse finished second last time at Ellis over the sloppy racetrack. That was a race taken off the turf as well. He put in a really game performance, and he finished second, just missed. He's finished in the top 3 for, I believe, the past 5 or 6 races of his career. So he's a really hard trying type of a horse, but I thought he carried a really good condition here. It doesn't seem like he lost a step since that last race. It seems like he went back to the barn. He ate up well for the connections. And I like that he's performed over the distance of a mile and a 16th, mile and an 8th. And in fact, even after that last race, he has had a workout at Churchill Downs on July 28th, 4 furlongs in 48 and 1. So again, it just seems like he's really on the improve here. He really seems to have maintained that form that we saw last time. That resulted in a big number at the allowance level. So the 6 uninvited guest looks great here in the paddock to me and has really maintained his composure as well. The 9 horse is Britain's Kitten, there we go, for Brian Williamson. Adam Busqueza going to get them out here. He actually rode this horse last time at Churchill Downs. That was a race over a mile and an 1/8 on the main track. He finished 7th, but only beaten by 3 lengths that day in a bit of a blanket finish, and he did have a lot of traffic to contend with, so I thought maybe if you can give him the excuse, just watching that replay, watching the type of a spot that he wasn't able to get into in the final stages of that race, he might be able to improve here today. A horse who typically sits off the pace, he kind of seems like one that needs a pace setup. And last time I think he was much further back than they wanted to be. So I'm going to just draw a line through that race, say it was still a good performance for him, especially at a big price at nearly 40 to 1, or really 40 cents on the dollar. But he, I'm sorry, 40 to 1. There we go. Can't read today for Britain's Kitten. But it's certainly a horse that's run some big numbers. He's run in the top 3. He's another one of those really hard trying horses. And I like the fact that Adam's been on him before because he's seemed to have gotten along with this horse in some of his past races. So I'm going to include that horse for the top 3. Now there were 2 other horses that I took a look at with the 10 and the 4 horse as well. I will comment just quickly before the horses go out there. The 10 gave a little bit of trouble while they were saddling this one for Chad Brown. That is Patient Capital, who has had 3 races so far. Best effort was on debut when he won against Maiden Special Weight Company. It has seemed like he's calmed down since they did put the saddle on, but just wanted to mention that if you keep note in the 11 horse as well. Pretty washy here in the paddock, so keep an eye on that one coming off the layoff. Race number 7 coming up next here at Ellis Park over the 1 mile distance. Good luck.
Brett Burkhead bringing him on the track for the 7th race here at Ellis Park. This is an allowance event per $61,000 for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. The race has been taken off of the turf, a mile on the main. Scratch numbers 1, 2, 5, 8, 13, and 15. Both the 14 also eligible and the also eligible 16 have both drawn in and will go. So there will be a jockey change for number 11, Dominican Pioneer. The rider will now be Martin Garcia. Win, play, show, exact to try. Super starts the final double of this Friday card in 3.
Alexander, what do you have in your mouth? Take it out of your mouth. Out of your mouth. Is that your diamond? Hey, is that your diamond? Put it in your. Come here, and I'll put it in my pocket. Come here, I'll put it in my pocket. Don't put any of that in your mouth. Got me? Here, I'm gonna put it in my pocket. Yeah, they got.
The horses approaching the starting gate, less than a minute to wager on race 7 from Ellis Park. They are approaching the gate. Moving into line here for the 7th race off the turf, a mile on the main. 3-1 on Uninvited Guess. 4-1 on St. Andrews. In off the also Dominican Pioneer moving forward with Martin Garcia. Uninvited Guest, Joe Rocco in the house. Bureau in the blue and orange blinkers moving in. Barbarian. Loads in third last. 2 left. Britain's Kitten. Britain's Kitten goes in, just 1 out. Barbarian to the outside. They are at the post. And they are racing. Good start for Momentous and Fenwick flashing speed, and from between horses, also fleet-footed away, there goes Uninvited Guest as they work around the turn with 6.5 furlongs to go. To the inside, Fenwick shows the way, Uninvited Guest second. Britain's Kitten will track that duel from third. Out in the clear, Barbarian is fourth, and towards the inside, Momentous is next. Then I think for the back out wide is St. Andrews. Up the inside is Patient Capital. Then a couple lengths further back to Bureau, who's down along the inside, just to the outside at the back of the pack, about 10 lengths off the lead. As they head up the backside is Kunshan Bridge. Just outside a half mile to go, a dozen lengths top to bottom. The quarter, a solid 23 and 4. Into the far turn, Fenwick and Uninvited Guest. They're the top two from the middle. Britain's Kitten now moves a closer third. On the extreme outside, now gaining ground, there goes Momentous, just outside the 5/16 pole. Then a length and a half further back with a high head carriage, but closing in comes Dominican Pioneer. On his back is Patient Capital. Then a length further back to Bureau, still nothing yet from Kunshan Bridge to the top of the home stretch. 3/4 in 1:11 and 2, and they turn on down for the money. Up to the outside with a big sweeping move. Here comes Uninvited Guest after the lead. From between horses, Dominican Pioneer. Down the center comes Britain's Kitten. They're inside the final 16th, and it's Uninvited Guest. Late on the scene comes Dominican Pioneer. To the wire, Joe Rocco is here for a reason, not the season. Uninvited Guest, home winner, and he won at 3-1 odds in 136 flat. Judges posting Uninvited Guest number 6 as the race winner. Second to 16, St. Andrews. Third, number 9, Britain's Kitten. Finishing fourth, number 4, Fenwick. 6-16-9-4. 6-16-9-4. Again, unofficially, 6-16-9-4. Entering the Jeff Hall winner's circle, number 6, Uninvited Guest. Good-looking 3-year-old chestnut son of distorted humor out of the Broken Vow mare named Interrupted. The winner's owned by Bob and Luana Lowe, trained by Steve Margolis and Joe Rocco Jr. The winning jockey, Joe Rocco, coming in and gets the money here at 3-1. Uninvited Guest, home winner 136 flat. 6-16-9-4 unofficial. Price is up, $8.62 on the winner, $4.88 in the middle, and $3.42 for the show money. Exacta 26.54, the try 42.61, the double 16.61, the pick 3 33.64, the dime super $40.54. Up next, the 8th and final in 21 minutes. 8th race, you're reminded, number 3, Autopolis is a gelding. Number 6, Bright Spark has been treated with Lasix. And the 8, Edge of Glory is a first-time gelding. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super race sponsored by Run Happy will be at the gate in 20 minutes.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
There's no doubt that Kentucky breds are #1.
We never could compete with New York and Florida and all those tracks.
We needed a boost, and HHR has given us that boost.
The purses that the Kentucky breds are now running for matches how dominant they are.
We really have an opportunity to create new jobs and new tax revenue for the state on a year-round basis.
This is just the beginning. I don't think anybody has any idea how good it's going to get.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat Day, retired Hall of Fame jockey and winner of 9 Triple Crown races throughout my career. Of the thousands of horses that I rode, 1989 Belmont winner Easy Goer will always stand out as my all-time favorite. So when I traded in my saddle for a golf cart, the choice was simple. A brand new Easy Go from my friends here at ACO Golf Carts. The folks at ACO will set you up with the exact cart you need, whether it be new or used, gas or electric. So when you're looking for a fantastic deal on a cart that runs like a finely tuned thoroughbred, make sure to stop by ACO Golf Carts on Morgan Avenue in Evansville, Indiana.
Race number 8 here at Ellis Park, 1 mile the distance as we have our final race of the day, a Run Happy maiden special weight for $60,000. This one for horses 3 years old and up. Nice size field assembled here for these youngsters. I went to the 1A for my top selection. 1A 4-5 was how I saw it for those top picks. But the 1A Film Star, this one trained by Brad Cox, going to make the second career start here today. He's a 3-year-old son of Flatter that they paid $300,000 for at the Keeneland sale in September of 2020. He gets a little bit more distance to work with here today. They debuted him over the 7 furlongs, and I think he probably just needed that race. He also had a little bit of bumping to contend with, but I sure came out of that race just fine and looks really good here in the paddock. A very, very healthy, hydrated coat on him. Extremely well turned out, which we're used to seeing from the Brad Cox barn of a horse of any age. But since that race back on July 3rd, he's had a couple of recorded works. He's put in some nice times over 4 and 5 furlong distances. He definitely looks like one that's fit and ready to go here, owned by Gary and Mary West, who again has already had quite a few winners on the Ellis Park meet, the Run Happy meet so far this summer. Now the 4 horse is Uncle Burley. This one for Steve Asmussen, taking the blinkers off here today. Last time the horse ran 8th over the muddy track at Ellis Park, but that day the track was really, really cuppy. It never really dried out despite the sun, despite the wind, and I had written in my notes, this was a beefcake of a horse. He certainly looked like one that had a lot of muscle tone to him. He was a horse that I thought fit really nicely for the mile distance, pretty well balanced between his hindquarters, between his shoulder as well. He did come out of that race on July 16th to have a workout on July 25th, 4 furlongs in, 50 and 4, so a bit of a slower time there, but certainly a horse that I think with the blinkers off today, maybe the track, even though it is sealed and unfortunately didn't dry out and we didn't get the weather that we wanted to for this one, but I still think worthy of a look in here. Steve Asmussen with taking the blinkers off wins at 15%. And this 3-year-old son of Uncle Mo, I just think is really well suited for this type of a race as far as the distance is concerned and the company here at Ellis Park. A little bit of an audible winning there from the 7 Laytown for Brendan Walsh, 3-year-old son of Nyquist, who's making the debut here today, getting Joe Talamo aboard for the ride. He's a horse that's been training locally here at Ellis, and I thought had a nice look to him. He's a really big-bodied son of Nyquist. Not surprised to see them wait this long to debut this horse, because it looks like he probably had some growing to do into himself. He's certainly massive compared to some of the others in here, but I will say that he's nicely tucked up. He's got a good fitness line on his belly. He certainly seems to have some nice hindquarter muscles as well, so love what I see from him. The 7 Laytown, who I didn't originally use in those selections, but has definitely been a standout here in the paddock. Now the 5 is Grand Aspen. This one for Brad Cox. Ran into some very nice horses on debut at Churchill Downs, going 7 furlongs. Elite Power, Legionnaire. That's the half to Art Collector who had come back and win here at Ellis Park just a couple of weeks ago. Since then, they gave the horse a little bit of a break. He's coming back. Second start in his career. Brad Cox with horses making their second start wins at 29% with those maidens. So very, very nice credentials from that barn. And I like the fact that this horse has that experience under his belt. Riders getting a leg up for our final race of the day here at Ellis Park. Race number 8 just a few moments away. Good luck.
On the track for the 8th and final, sponsored by Run Happy per $60,000. In this race, you're minded to 3 is a gelding. The 6 has been treated with Lasix. The 8, Edge of Glory, is a first-time gelding. Win, play, show, exacta, try, superfecta wager, and post time in 6 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Less than a minute now for the 8th and final. From Ellis Park, less than a minute. Now the field has reached the starting gate. It's post time. Race 8 sponsored by Run Happy. Good quality field here, going for a hefty purse of $60,000. Chiron in, Bright Spark. Stand Proud coming into line. Late Town. Firster for Godolphin opened up as the favorite, currently 3-1. Autopolis. Edge of Glory. Uncle Burley. As Edge of Glory, the freshly gelded son of Shackelford. Some anxious moments in behind the gate. Half the field loaded. 2-1 on the Gary and Mary West entry. One of them is loaded. That's Stand Proud. Film Star will load last. Now they put the shank on Edge of Glory, and starter Scott Jordan there to assist. And horse goes right in. Double Dealer for Lewis and Garcia. Coming forward with Renee Diaz, 16-1 offering. Stand for Freedom to the outside, Grand Aspen. And those familiar Paulson Silks going in now. Film Star will load up to the outside, 2-1 on the entry. Film Star, son of Flattery in, they're at the post. And they are racing. Chiron with a good beginning. Also, Uncle Burley jumped well. And from the extreme outside now, flashing speed as they work around the opening turn. There is Laytown. Also quick into stride. Edge of Glory is a close-up fourth. Then a link further back down on the inside. Stand Proud is next. Right alongside, Uncle Burley now has been shoveled back to mid-flight. A length in front of Grand Aspen in the Paulson Silks, who is 4 or 5 maybe in front of Autopolis as they turn up the backside. Then a link further back to Stand for Freedom, who is a dozen links to race till 4. Back to Double Dealer and Bright Spark Trails. Up the backside they go, 4.5 furlongs to travel. The quarter 23-3. And Film Star in the lead role. Up top shows the way a half a length. Chiron is tracking from the inside in second. 3 wide Laytown, 4 wide Edge of Glory. Up the inside, here comes Stand Proud. Uncle Burley is being ridden to keep pace, and it's a link back to Grand Aspen now. Stand for Freedom's on the move into 3-path closing in. Up the inside is Autopolis, and from the backfield, Bright Spark is next. Half mile, 46 seconds flat. Outside a quarter mile to go, and Film Star has shaken clear about a length to Chiron, who's back into second. Still 4, maybe even 5 back to Laytown as they race towards the top of the home stretch. And Film Star is up and after the lead, and Film Star is opening up by 4. Chiron had no response. Late on the scene from between horses, it is Stand Proud, so that one's outside is Laytown with a 16th left to go. Film Star is gone. Film Star left him quiet on set. Film Star, much the best, gathered up by about 8.5 in the end. Chiron was second. It was a tight photo for third between Stand Proud and Laytown in the running time, 35-2. Judges posting the top 2 finishers. Winner 1A Film Star. Second, number 2 Chiron. There's a photo for third. Result of the photograph: finishing third, number 1 Stand Proud. Fourth, number 7 Laytown. And fifth, number 4 Uncle Burley. Will have to go back to fifth to get the superfecta numbers, with the entries going first and third. Bart, any changes? Exacta 1-2, the try 1-2-7, the super 1-2-7-4. Entering the Jeff Hall winner's circle, joining Tessa and crew, here is the wire-to-wire winner of the 8th and final, number 1A Film Star, a 3-0 colt by Flatter, out of the hard-spun mare named Rebel. The winner's owned by Gary and Mary West, trained by Brad Cox and Gerardo Corrales, with his third victory on the card. Film Star breaks the maiden in start number 2, stretching out in 135 and 2. Price is up, 666 on the winner, 364, 372 for some show money. Exacta 1723, the try 6347, the double 1897, the pick 3 2646. The pick 4 given out by Mega Divine, $121.49. Pick 5, $443.82. Consolation 405 will get you back $760. Dime Supers, $65.78. Well, folks, that wraps it up for this Friday of racing here at Ellis Park. Live racing back at you tomorrow with another wonderful race card, a 12:50 post. Fun doesn't stop here. You're invited to stick around. Head over to the clubhouse, where simulcast action continues from racetracks throughout the country. And also the HHR machines in there as well, with some wonderful promotions going on there with those. From everyone here at the track, thanks for coming out. We'll see you tomorrow at 12:50. Good night.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.